Happy Friday. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. We're coming to you live from Aqueduct Racetrack in South Ozone Park. We're still listed as a sloppy main track, but luckily the rain has subsided, and maybe we might get a little peak of sunshine a little bit later on today, but a cooler day as we're glad to have you with us. Acacia come on alongside champion jockey Richard Migliori. Richie, turf season has ended, but we have some good racing coming up this weekend, particularly for the New York Breds, those New York Stallion series coming up, and a lot to look forward to over the next couple days.
Yeah, we may not have turf racing, but still a lot of interesting racing going forward. And like you said, the New York Breds, and those are for New York sired stallions, horses by New York sires, I should say. And I think that's a really great feature because it allows these horses to kind of duck the New York Breds that are breeding to Kentucky or more fashionable stallions, if you will.
And a good opportunity to highlight the strong New York bred breeding program here. Take a look at what is on tap for today. Today's races, as always, presented by Claiborne Farm. And we do have a pick six carryover coming up a little bit later on in race 4, about 16,000 plus. Speaking of the New York Breds, we have a New York Bred allowance in race number 8 that we have to look forward to, going a mile on the main track, and this one for 3-year-olds and upward. And taking a look at the field, pretty wide open group, and you do have several coming out of a common race back on September 28th, Richie, a race that was won by Mighty Atlas, who is a horse that has definitely done some good stuff on the racetrack and coming in off the win. He's in for a claiming tag today, meaning he can run for the same condition that he won last time out.
Yeah, so he already won this condition, but that's the loophole that he can still compete in this. And I think it's a very competitive race. Obviously, you get the first 3 finishes. Shadow Dragon has already shown a propensity. 2 starts on wet tracks with 2 seconds. Bourbon Chase, 9 starts on wet tracks with 4 seconds and 3/3. And I think that's something you got to factor into your handicapping today. Mighty Atlas, though, he's 2 for 2 in off-going.
Yes, and as you can see, it was quite wet last time out. Like I said, luckily the rain has subsided so far today, so it won't be quite so bad. But Mighty Atlas did get the best of Shadow Dragon and Bourbon Chase that day. They'll all have the opportunity to rematch this afternoon in that 8th race a little bit later on for the New York Breds, a competitive group that we have to look forward to. But we are about 8 minutes away from the opener, and there's no better time to sign up, get started with Naira Bets today. You can play all the action on our program and a whole lot more while earning up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at nairabets.com for your $200 deposit match. That promo code bonus200. First race also for the New York Breds. This one going 7 furlongs on the main track, and Jose Gomez off his mount again today. Unfortunately, so Joel Rosario will have the mount aboard the 2 Granadilla, who she's had quite a few chances, Richie, but comes in for a very hot barn, and she has run quick enough races.
Well, out of all the horses that have run on dirt before, she certainly has the most proven form. Now there's some questions to be answered. 1 with a first-time starter, the 3 Catchphrase, who's taking a lot of money. And the outside horse, the 6 Capital Spending, who has only run on turf, trying dirt for the first time. Her dam, the mare, was 4 for 8 in wet tracks, and there's more of a dirt pedigree in my estimation here.
Well, talking about Granadilla, we'll take a look at this race back on October 25th, in which she finished 2nd, and she was a shorter price that day. That was her first start going 7. She's going to have to go the 7 furlongs again today. Does she really get better with a little bit of added distance? But to be fair, when going 6 furlongs at a little bit less, she still finishes 2nd.
Yeah, you know, she's just, when you watch her run, and she's run consistently fairly much the same race after her first start, she shows speed. She never looks comfortable to me. Her head's always kind of up in the air. She doesn't have the longest stride on her. She kind of looks like she works very hard. She doesn't have the most efficient way of going.
And there is Joel Rosario getting ready for his mount aboard the 2 Granadilla. When you see riders at this level, it's not uncommon that they'll have to have a pickup mount. It's called last minute. You're kind of brought in from the box and come in and step aboard. Is there any extra work or any extra effort that you have to take when climbing aboard that horse that you're not necessarily planning to ride?
Well, certainly you want to immediately go to the replay center and watch this horse's replays. Try to familiarize yourself as much as possible. But we're in the technology age, and these things are at your fingertips to kind of, you know, really clue you into a horse's, the way they move, their habits, the way they do things. And Joel Rosario's a total pro. I mean, I doubt very much, although I question going to the face masks this early. I know he doesn't stick around for the cold weather. It's not that cold out.
He's not the only one with it on out there today. I'm a bit of a chicken when it comes to the cold weather, so Maggie Wolfendale is much tougher than I am as far as being able to handle the cold weather in the paddock.
People pay good money for a mud pack on their face. You get it free as a rider here today.
It's good for your skin, right?
Absolutely.
Just get that racetrack all over your face. Well, we'll meet the field for the opener, these fillies. Starting off with, I thought a little bit interesting, the one Monetary Monarch does have the layoff to contend with.
Yeah, and 7/8 is a tough distance to come back at, but the horse's best race was at the 7 furlong distance.
Finished a good second that day, 2 starts back. Here's Grenadilla, Joel Rosario aboard.
6 starts, 4 seconds, over 70,000 in earnings. Truly does pay to have a New York bred.
First time starter catchphrase, intriguing new face.
Absolutely. The mare was stakes placed on dirt. Also, she was 1 for 1 in the wet, and this horse is taking money as your favorite right now.
Big price on the 4 Lontura.
Would be a surprise.
Blue Suede Sue back to the dirt.
Back to the dirt, would have to show more, and didn't take money in either one of her starts, which, kind of is telling for a Danny Gargan runner.
And Capital Spending, first time on the main track.
I thought she was very interesting. I thought more of a dirt pedigree. She's tried the turf. Now she gets a good outside draw to go the 7/8 and getting that good aggressive warm-up by a hot-riding Dylan Davis.
Does it concern you a bit that, yes, she does have dirt pedigree? Jorge Abreu, very sharp trainer, has never tried her on the dirt until now.
It's always a question for me because why do they go immediately to the turf? Usually it's because a horse hasn't shown you a great deal training on the dirt in the morning. But the last workout, 47-3 on the dirt. Now most good horses that can run on turf will work good for a half a mile on the dirt. Making a nice impression on the racetrack though.
Well, there is the first-time starter, Catchphrase, who's now your favorite, as we bring in Maggie Wolfendale to the conversation. Maggie, sometimes with these maiden races, it's who has the least amount of excuses, and you can say that about a firster.
Yeah, that's right, Acacia. As maybe not taking quite as much, 3-2, now she is, I suppose, as she does ship in here for Will Walden, who, if anybody was watching during Saratoga, they know that Will made himself known up at the spa this summer. So shipping in here with a New York bred for Sienna Farm and Windstar Farm, obviously well supported by them, as he is the son of Elliott Walden of Windstar fame. This is a 4-year-old, though. Let's not forget that. She's about to be 5. So there have been, one would assume, some issues holding this filly back from getting to the races until now. But she does have a healthy work tab coming in here at Turfway. She's a bit small. She's a little bit underdeveloped, considering, though, that she's 4. She doesn't possess a really strong hind end to her, and I wonder if that's because she's been primarily training over the synthetic surface. So we'll see how she negotiates the track today, which I can say having a tight seal on it as they do might help her as she is warming up nicely out there. But again, just wish there was a bit more muscle mass to her, but otherwise really well turned out. Great coat to her too. Moving on to number 1, Monetary Monarch. Keisha, I agree with you. I'm intrigued by this filly, and you can see that something happened in her last start back in January because she didn't switch leads in the stretch, and she was really shortening stride when wired by Ghost Bustin'. I've liked her before. I even like her more now. She's strong. She's really fit looking, great disposition overall. And I like the fact that going back, albeit going 7/8 2 starts ago, she had a bit of early speed. So I'm hoping that Lane Leslie can get her out of the gate and just in a forward position. I think that would help her cause today for trainer Lisa Lugovich. Moving on to the outside with the horse trying the dirt for the first time. I agree. There's plenty of dirt pedigree. The Dams have to multiple stakes winning New York bred, one of my favorite horses, formerly with Rudy Rodriguez. What do you think now? He was a very good dirt sprinter, kind of out to a mile distance. And there's plenty of pedigree, but when I look at her, I see a turf horse. Now, like I said, this tight seal that she gets to run on today could help her cause, and honestly, she's a lot more fit and defined looking than what I've seen from her in the past. So at least that's going for her, but I agree with what Acacia's saying. we've tried 5 times on the turf, probably because she hasn't shown that much of an affinity for the main track. Now, number 5, Blue Suede Shoe, she's really jumped up in price here. Very familiar with her dam, Bluegrass Flag, multiple stakes winner for my husband Tom Morley, but unfortunately Blue Suede Shoe looks nothing like her dam. She's quite petite, quite tiny. She's a far better behaved animal than what she was up in Saratoga first time out. And I like the fact that she gets to pair these races back to back now, but she's going to have to do a lot of improving to and contend here. But Acacia, I'm with you with number 1, Monetary Monarch. I think she is really intriguing. And Richie, usually I'm one to call out somebody being a little soft out here, but it's just such a dramatic change from what we were experiencing earlier this week to today that it feels extra cold. So hence my ski hat, Acacia.
If Maggie's in a hat, I have no shot when I have to go out reporting later. I'm going to die. I'm just already embracing it. But she's right. It has dramatically dipped in temperature. Been quite a warm fall, all things considered, up here in New York as they move towards the starting gate for the opener. Quickly, Richie, Maggie touched on a couple times how the racetrack is sealed. Now we talk about it, how sometimes that sort of surface can often mimic the way a turf course might play if maybe that's the surface that a horse prefers.
Because they run more over the top of the ground of it, right? They don't get down into it as much, and which would inhibit a horse that has those longer, slacker pasterns that Maggie likes to talk about, as well as that flatter foot. I just like her draw, and I like the fact that the dam was so accomplished on off-going.
See what Capital Spending can do in her first start on the main track. 4-5 now, and the first-time starter Catchphrase debuting for trainer Will Walden. New York-bred fillies, everyone looking for the first win of their career, loading in for race 1 here at Aqueduct. We'll send it up to the voice of Aqueduct, Chris Griffin, standing by.
Goes in. Capital Spending to the outside. And in. All set. And they're off. Speed from Grenadilla right towards the front, and Catchphrase from in between horses is also in the early mix, and Blue Suede Sioux is 3 wide. And now the front 2 will be Catchphrase and Blue Suede Sioux, who's 3/4 of a length back there in second. Following them on the far outside, Capital Spending has some forward momentum with Grenadilla at the rail. In between horses, here's a move from Monetary Monarch. And Lane Leslie, they're on the move. They want to have forward position through a 21-4. Fast opening quarter mile. The trailer, Luntra, they're chasing Catchphrase. It's Catchphrase in front. We'll take him into the far turn, is up by 4. Grenadilla and Rosario move through at the rail. They're now a clear second, and Monetary Monarch towards the outside here of Blue Suede Sioux. That's the leading 4. On the far outside, Capital Spending, and no move yet from Luntura through a 44.61. Half-mile time, Catchphrase is still there. Grenadilla is catching with every single stride, is in hand, and Catchphrase is being encouraged to go on with it. They reach the top of the stretch, and Catchphrase is in front, but for how long? Joel Rosario with Grenadilla ranging up on the outside, just trying to get switching the leads here on Grenadilla, who has not passed the leader yet. Wandering about is Grenadilla. Looks to have the measure here on the favorite Catchphrase. These two battle on as they approach a final 16th. And here comes Capital Spending from out of nowhere. It's now Grenadilla who's in front, is up by a half length. Grenadilla gets the victory. Grenadilla wins it. Then came a photo. Capital Spending with Catchphrase in 1 minute 25.32 seconds.
Grenadilla breaks her maiden in start number 7, though, Richie, you could tell she was looking for an excuse not to win, but she was kind of stuck with it.
Well, I tell you what, this is vintage Joel Rosario. When Joel rides, he's riding well, this is how he rides. Look how cool he was coming off the turn. He's staying directly in behind the leader, the first-time starter Catchphrase, who set extremely fast fractions. But look, no panic. He's waiting. He follows in her path before finally tipping out. Now, this is where she starts kind of wanting to hang a little bit. Right there, you saw him try to get her to change leads. Didn't do it. He waited, gathered her up again, and right there, he puts her over on the right lead. And that's what won him the race, getting her to change leads right there. And then here comes the 6 Capital Spending, who I don't know was closing as fast as maybe the leaders were slowing down after those brutal early fractions, 21-4, 44-3, last 8th in bit better than 14 seconds. So that was very, very fast pace and a very big effort by the 5 catchphrase. But what a nice ride on Grenadilla from Joel Rosario and Rick Dutrow, hitting it better than 47% at this current Aqueduct meeting.
Just amazing from the barn, but Grenadilla finally getting the win. Maggie, what did you see in the running of this race?
Well, at first I thought Joel Rosario maybe a little too overconfident with the ride that he gave Grenadilla, but I think she's proven to be a horse that kind of has that short run where you do have to time things perfectly, and I'm sure they've experimented with what style fits her best, but these were pretty quick fractions she got to close into. But Acacia, what's a little bit strange about this victory is that she was a Rick Dutrow horse that didn't go off as favored and still won.
It's a good point. We've seen a lot from this barn take a lot of money, and they've delivered out on the track as well. So 5-2, 4-5 on that first-time starter who set those very fast fractions. Now we're going to take a look at the start. Slow beginning for the one Monetary Monarch, who did actually run on for 4th at a big price. Maybe one to watch moving forward. But right here, Richie, what takes place between Flavien Prat and Joel Rosario?
Well, Flavien Prat, on a first-time start, has decided, I don't want to get covered in mud. I'm going to allow her to run forward. Now, I don't think he wanted to go quite as fast as she went, but once he got her started, there are a lot of horses, Acacia, once you turn them on, you can't switch them back off, and to me, once she got rolling, that was the hand he was dealt. I'm so impressed with Joel Rosario's ride on the 2 Grenadilla. He actually kept his stick down, hands and heels, mostly the wire, shook it at her late, but what a confident ride Joel delivered here.
What we would call a classic Joel Rosario ride, and it's a pickup mount at that. Grenadilla gets the victory. That's why Richie said he's a pro. Gets the victory. We'll bring you prices and more. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
They're coming down for the finish, and it is Silver State.
50-60, 250-60, now 60, 260 mark, 260,000.
Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm, 100 years of doing the usual and usually well. in the first race. Richie Granadia getting the victory, setting the perfect trip behind that, I guess you could say, runoff with those fast fractions first-time starter in front of her.
Yeah, perfect trip, and Joelle had the confidence to let this filly, who's shown high speed in all her starts, not get involved in that wickedly fast pace. Changing leads right there. That was the key. You saw her lingering on her left lead, looked like she was not going to get by the leader. Joelle basically picked her up and put her down on her right lead, and then to keep his composure and just hold her together, give her one little underhand tap right there. This was vintage Joelle Rosario. When Joelle's riding good, this is what we come to expect.
$7.10 winner in the opener. Granadia breaks her maiden in start number 7 as we have a new face on the desk here with us. Jonathan Kinchin survived MTA subway traffic trouble, and we're glad to have you here.
I promise my lateness has nothing to do with the 10 p.m. showing of Wicked last night. It was good. It was very, very good, but that's not why I'm late.
Jealous you've seen it already.
The train was wild today.
Adventures on the A train. You know, one day we should get like a camera to follow you and Andy on the A train.
Yeah.
That would be interesting. I would actually pay to see that.
I think following me and Andy anywhere would probably be good entertainment, but yeah, definitely on the A train for sure.
Absolutely. Well, we're glad you're here, and we'll talk about Wicked later. We'll take a look at race number 2 coming up, though. It's a good one. It's a short field, but you have some really competitive horses and talented ones in here. This is an allowance for the older fillies and mares, and the presence of a Grade 1 winner, Chi-Town Lady in here, Joelle Rosario. Richie looking to sweep the early double.
Yeah, not only is she a Grade 1 winner, the Grade 1 she won was on a good racetrack that I thought was more to muddy than good actually that day, and she came with that late run. And she's just run fast figures consistently and dropping out of the Grade 1 ballerina, this is much easier. I think this is a good competitive race, but this is the easiest field she's encountered recently.
Jonathan,
yeah, I mean,
oh, sorry, go ahead.
No offense to Chi-Town Lady, but she's one of those, like, on that list of, like, underwhelming Grade 1 winners, right? The day that she won. I think that anytime you can try to beat a horse who's won a Grade 1, ran in a Kentucky Derby, it's a great opportunity. I'm going to try to go down to the inside on the rail.
Do you have any concerns, too, that she might be a little bit pace compromised in short field?
Absolutely. I mean, she comes from out of it, right? Her Grade 1 win, she came from way out of it, and that's just kind of what she does. And on a racetrack like this, with a short field, small field, not something you definitely love to see.
See how it plays out. See what Chi-Town Lady can do, trying to get back to the winner's circle. We'll talk more about this second race, as well as trainer Linda Rice, who will send out 2 in race number 2. New York's leading lady, in fact, the country's leading lady, the winningest female trainer in North America, looking to add some more on her tally today. Her story after this.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie. McKenzie in a dominant performance.
One today, we get to all 2,200,000.
Chancer McPatrick proves best. Chancer McPatrick wins the Champagne impressively. It is going to be all Scottish Lassie. She wins the Frisette easily.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
It's amazing. I mean, we're used to having horses in claiming races, and here we're at the undercard of the Belmont.
And they're off in the Woody Stevens, and here's Bookham Dano, who has blown by them all. Bookham Dano, Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Bookham Dano!
Winning on New York's most important day of racing. Okay, that was awesome. He's the best.
Saratoga's world-renowned GMP farm is up for sale. You heard right. This state-of-the-art equine rehabilitation facility will be up for absolute auction with no reserve. The auction includes Sacred Spa and Wellness, a full-service med spa, custom training track, and luxury residence, all on 84 pristine acres, just minutes from downtown Saratoga Springs. It's all up for absolute auction with no reserve. Saturday, December 7th, 11 a.m. Eastern at the property. For more information, visit us online at DeCaraAuctions.com.
When I go to the barn in the morning and train horses that I'm excited about running, that's what drives me. Winning races, whether it be a claiming race or a stakes race or a Grade 1 at Saratoga, it's so much more fun than losing. Okay, guys, Jose, I'm ready for the first one. Go ahead. We're going from the half out 5/8. My father, he was a hard worker, and he was very ambitious, instilled a strong work ethic in my 3 brothers and myself, and he had a love for the horses his whole life, and he instilled that in us as well.
It's double booked in front.
My first good horse was a horse named Double Booked, a grass horse, when I started training at Monmouth Park, an affiliate of my father's named Ready Jack Go. But I would say that City Zip was a very good 2-year-old. I brought him here. He won all 3 2-year-old stakes here.
It's City Zip in front at the 16th. City Zip by 3.
He would be the horse that really helped move me along the path that I am on now.
He's gonna win a Belmont.
I like to claim a lot of young horses with lightly raised horses that I think have both potential on their pedigree side and, of course, conformation. So that's been a big asset to my claiming, which has been probably in the last 5 years I've been doing more of.
Voodoo Song digs in. Is he gonna do it? He is! Voodoo Song with a 4-star Dave!
New York racing is, frankly, it's my home. I've been here for quite a few years. I have gone from a young trainer that was struggling to climb the ladder to being a mainstay in New York. And I think by not diluting my business at different venues, I think it's been helpful for me to be successful right here in New York. I'm all about New York racing. My father always said, well, he didn't want to die in the harness. And I think about that sometimes, but I don't know what my day would be like if I didn't have horses to train or to be around or to be excited about. Linda Rice. I'd like them to say she was one hell of a horse trainer, and she earned it.
I think it's easy to say that about trainer Linda Rice, who, as we mentioned, has just had another tremendous year. We started this Aqueduct stand here, and she's tied in second. Rick Dutro picking up another one in the first race, but Linda, once again, a very strong meet. And Jonathan, she's got some big chances today.
No, absolutely, and you know, and one of those chances is right here with a horse who looks to be loose. Now, probably going to have some pressure for some other horses in here. I don't think she, you know, St. Benedict's Prep is like dead loose in here, but definitely does have a tactical advantage.
Has that early speed, and talking about the favorite, Chi-Town Lady, potentially being pace compromised, Richie. With a short field, you often talk about it being a rider's race. You're aware of where everybody is. What does Flavien Prat do with St. Benedict's Prep to ration out that speed as needed?
Well, I think he just lets her run straight down the racetrack, don't adjust anything. The only other horse I think can entertain St. Benedict's Prep on the lead is the 5-horse Movie Moxie, and that's another Linda Rice runner, so they're not going to get engaged. And I think that just sets it up for her to be very loose and get very comfortable. I have a hard time seeing past her, to be honest with you, Jonathan.
This is the win for St. Benedict's Prep 2-back, but Jonathan, last time, I mean, she had a duel with the classy and very fast Nick Style.
No, absolutely. You got to give her some credit for that. And also on that day, she didn't run with LASIK, so you'd like to at least assume or think that maybe she'll run a little bit better today, adding the LASIKs. And yeah, I mean, I think you guys make a great point. When I look at pace, Richie, I always look at where did the horse draw, who's riding the horse, and who are the connections. And I think a lot of times they can give you some clues about how the pace is going to unfold. Like Acacia said, like the 3 and the 5 aren't going to hook up. They're trained by the same trainer.
Well, and also, in these situations, you look for the race to heat up someplace in the middle. Again, 2 horses coming from the same stable and one having the controlling speed and the other, to me, secondary speed. It's not going to engage it as early as it might if they were from 2 different stables.
There's Movie Moxie, the other Linda Rice, but all eyes on the 4 Chi-Town Lady, that Grade 1 winner. For more, let's head down, get a Paddock report from Maggie.
Yeah, we'll start with the horse that you guys were discussing could potentially be the speed, and I think she is the speed in number 3. That is St. Benedict's Prep, as she is sharp here in the paddock. She's forward, she's marching around, and last time I just thought that, maybe she could have needed a start. Maybe having to run without Lasix didn't, suit her that well in that pumpkin pie. And now she gets to have Lasix again, and she is sharp. She's ready to go. A lot of times that addition of that medication will kind of take the edge off of a horse. Well, it really hasn't here with St. Benedict's Prep, as, like I said, she's keen, she's forward, she's touting herself as the most likely speed in this short field. But yes, Chi-Town Lady, she has the class edge on many of these in here, and she comes off a little bit of a layoff, but she looks really fit, which I like to see, because sometimes Wesley Ward's horses, and it's more with the younger ones, but they do tend to carry a lot of excess weight and conditioning, and that's not the case for her, coming back off a little bit of regrouping. And she's well defined, she has an excellent coat to her, she has that bright disposition. Now, she's a filly that has handled a wet track 2 for 2 in her career. She does have more, honestly, of a turf hoof to her, which is kind of odd for me to say, but I find that these horses appreciate the sealed surface. She also is one that probably doesn't have the greatest feet in the world. She has 4 white feet, and 3 of her 4 feet are white, and weirdly, the one that's not has a 3/4 shoe, and a 3/4 shoe is exactly what it sounds like. It's the removal of the inside, oftentimes, of a shoe, because maybe a horse, the nail, something bothers them, and it's usually with horses that have thinner walls on their feet. So I just thought that was interesting. I had to double check myself, Acacia, to make sure that she's one that handles a wet track or has done so in the past, because sometimes these wet surfaces will sting horses that have those somewhat compromised feet.
A very good point, Maggie. Thank you. Yeah, 2 for 2 on a wet track, Chi-Town Lady. And Richie, to that point, the ones, my father-in-law believes this very strongly. The kind of traditional trainers, often at sales, will say 4 white feet and it's out. Absolutely not. They won't do it. And in large part, going back to it, that's kind of become like a little bit of a racing superstition in some ways too, but in large part, going back to it, it's because those white feet are very shelly, hard to keep sound, yes, hard to keep, because they're more porous and a little bit tougher to maintain.
Yeah, when I was a kid, the saying was, one fight white foot, buy him, 2 white feet, try him, 3 pass, and 4 knock him in the head and feed him to the crows.
Oh no!
that was when I was a kid. That was what they would say. Now I'm not advocating that. I'm just saying what the saying was.
I'm glad we don't say that anymore. There is Chi-Town Lady. We'll take a look at her race 2 starts back from Saratoga. This was going out of the Wilson chute, and this was a day, Jonathan, that inside speed was very kind, and Tough Street, the winner, able to really take advantage of that.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, she was wide all the way around there. She'd like to give her some extra credit for that. And she's just one of those horses where, don't get me wrong, I'd love to own her. If I was a rider, I'd love to ride her. But she's not a horse that I necessarily want to bet on at a short price, where the times that she has won, it's been, in my opinion, circumstantial. And she's just the type of horse I want to constantly play against. But I do feel for her, though. I mean, I don't know why everyone's talking about her feet. If anyone saw my feet, they'd be harassing me as well. They're not the prettiest things in the world, and I get pedicures too.
Oh, good for you.
It's way more information
It's
than
honestly, it's honestly the best handicapping I do is in a pedicure chair. It's the best.
You're
Big
very
days.
relaxed. You're
Yeah,
zen.
you're sitting there. Yeah, it's wonderful.
Who's getting a pedicure?
You're getting a pedicure.
If I was getting a pedicure, I wouldn't have came.
Here's the one, Captain's Daughter. JK, I know you have some interest in her.
Yeah, I mean, I think sometimes when you're looking at pace scenarios, rail horses, I think can sometimes outperform because they can end up working out nice trips and paceless races, right? The races can sometimes set up well, and Captain's Daughter has at least enough early pace. I know you look in the past performances, you see the 7th beaten 9, the 6th beaten 5, the 6th beaten 7, but her pace figures actually suggest that she's a little bit quicker than she feels. If Javier can find a way to keep her connected to this group, I think she could run by him late.
And stretching out from sprint distances as well, different types of paces run in shorter races versus longer races, and that's why even horses that maybe don't look quite as quick, when they stretch out, you find them more forward.
Yeah, Richie, a horse that looks like they get left going, 6, 6.5, 7, when they stretch out, suddenly they're connected.
Oh, absolutely. You're just not going to get as much pace on. And listen, I am looking back at her form in the slop at Monmouth going 5.5, albeit over a year ago. She was actually a length and a half away through a half in 45 and 2, so she can be faster.
Let's meet the field, starting things off with that horse we were just discussing, the one Captain's Daughter.
Yeah, another one adding Lasix. Sometimes you'll see that with these types of groups, running in stakes, coming back to allowance. Want to pay attention to that.
St. Benedict's Prep, she looks like the speed.
She looks like the speed. She looks loose, and she's got a rider that won't take it away from her.
The class, here's Chi-Town Lady.
Yeah, grade 1 winner, earned over $500,000, but doesn't get pace to help her late run.
And a movie Moxie, the other Linda Rice runner.
Yeah, another one that I would absolutely love in this spot if the 3 wasn't in here, trained by Linda as well. I think Movie Moxie is sneaky on the outside, getting a nice, comfortable trip with tactical speed.
4-1 right now, and Movie Moxie turning back in distance from the turn back the alarm, in which she tried to wire the field going 9 furlongs, just got caught late, but a little bit of cut back in distance. She's certainly been able to handle a mile, the mile and 1/8, 7 furlongs. She's a little bit more versatile.
Yeah, Richie, I mean, the cutback, right, for a horse that shows speed going 9, now cuts back to the mile. You'd like to think that Movie Moxie is going to work out a nice price. I mean, a nice trip in here based on that.
Yeah, I mean, but you look at her, last race, 48 and 3, and she was hustled to the front. There didn't look like a bunch of pace in that race, and Jose did his best effort to give her every opportunity by taking the lead. Even though there's not a lot of pace in here, St. Benedict's Prep is not going to go that slow.
Just want to remind everybody you can join Naira Bets and play all the action on our program and a whole lot more while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up with promo code BONUS200 and earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com for your $200 deposit match. And Jonathan, you really want that today because we have a little Pick 6 carryover, which does kick off in race 4 with the 2-year-olds starting off there. Over 16,000 in the carryover, and interesting way to kick it off with a couple of 2-year-old races in 4 and 5.
I appreciate the racing office when they start multi-race races like that with the maiden race, so you can see the board. You can have an idea of who's live and who's not. When I look at this race, Richie, I wanted you to help the audience understand how dangerous of a game it is to follow Jockey's decisions, right? I think most people would think that Jose Lezcano picked the 5 Movie Moxie over the 3 St. Benedict's Prep, right? Riding for Linda. The horse he's been riding both of them. Why is that a dangerous game to play? What's the behind the scenes that people don't understand that they could get very confused about?
Yeah, and not knowing, full disclosure, not knowing if he had the option to pick either, a lot of times it has to do more with the trainer and who the trainer thinks the rider fits better, particularly if they're coming from the same stable. Or sometimes you wind up riding a horse that's not as good to preserve your relationship with another stable. Now, obviously, these 2 horses, St. Benedict's Prep, Movie Moxie, coming from the same barn, it feels like this was a Linda Rice decision. And just probably knowing that Movie Moxie, I won't call her a true bicycle horse, but definitely a horse that a rider needs to have some more familiarity with, where St. Benedict's Prep is more straightforward. She's just going to show her speed.
I think Flavian Pratt is a fine substitute as well, as he'll be aboard St. Benedict's Prep. But for more on Movie Moxie warming up, let's go back to Maggie Charkside.
Yeah, Movie Moxie, she was coming off of that 3-month layoff. Last time we saw her when she was almost able to wire the field last time in that turn back the alarm, Acacia. And I thought she looked about 90% there when it comes to fitness. And today she's just that much more fit. Just something I love to see, and that she's able to pair these races back to back. Furthermore, I had major question marks about her handling the 9 furlongs, and so therefore I do like the mile distance as just side note, Jose Gomez off of all of his mounts today. So we are continuing to get jockey updates. Chris Griffin in the background here trying to announce one, but I can't hear him because I'm talking. But anyway, as JK said, I do like the post position as well for Movie Moxie today to just let things play out as they may and therefore make the decisions based upon what's going on to his inside. And Acacia, a quick shout out to our engineer, Veronica Venturi, who is just a rock star, period, who brought me hand warmers. So before you come out here, make sure you go see Veronica for some hand warmers.
Oh, I definitely will. Veronica already brought a space heater up here to the set as well. She is a superstar, and we would be lost without Veronica.
Oh my gosh, she is sensational.
She really is. So Maggie giving high marks to Movie Moxie, just moving forward a little bit here too. And Richie, to go a mile and an eighth off a little bit of a layoff and maybe lacking just a touch of fitness versus some of your competition, that's a tall order. So you would imagine there could be some natural progression today.
Oh, absolutely. She could take a step forward. Particularly, she's a 7-year-old mare. And just like human athletes, horses, as they get older, take a little bit more work to get to their optimum fitness level, to kind of get back in their rhythm. So I think there's a very good opportunity that she could take a step forward here. Just think the dynamics of this race play so much in the favor of the 3 St. Benedict's Prep. I couldn't see past her.
Richie, I saw the one with Javier. It looked like there was like it looked like he had a shield, like a face guard on. Is that from the sloppy conditions, or?
Yeah, you see that a lot more often, riders wearing these face shields, and it protects their, goggles a little bit. What people don't know, because, riders give them away in Saratoga, goggles are expensive. And that's why they usually wait until they're scratched up and pitted before they give them away to kids. I don't like them.
Oh, you got him started.
I know.
As soon as
I knew I was going
Jonathan
to.
announced it, I said,
I
oh
knew
no,
it.
he
Yeah,
lost.
I knew it.
He was already starting on the face mask.
Yeah, face
before you
masks,
got
face
here.
shields. You're a jockey racer, man. Lead with your chin. Let's go here.
Oh my God! It's like asking like an old football player what they think about all the high socks and the colorful shoes. Like you're never gonna get them going.
No.
By the way, quickly that jockey change Maggie was alluding to in race number 8, the 8 Allure of Money will be ridden by Ruben Silvera. That was Jose Gomez's only other mount later on today. But loading in for race 2, we'll see if Grade 1 winner Chi-Town Lady can make her way back to the winner's circle, or will the face shield prevail? Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
Movie Moxie. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Movie Moxie breaks beautifully from the outside, is wandering about, but Movie Moxie with early speed. Here's Captain's Daughter to assert, is at the rail, and St. Benedict's Prep is in that early mix too. The one at the back, Chi-Town Lady, is the lone trailer. The leader is Captain's Daughter and St. Benedict's Prep, and these two now go after one another, and Captain's Daughter has got ahead in front. St. Benedict's Prep is going to stalk from second through a 23-second flat. Opening quarter mile, Movie Moxie is now right in behind. The battling duo is only a length and a half off the lead. Moves forward now, and Jose Lescano. Movie Moxie comfortable enough out in the center of the racetrack. Having to pass them all will be Chi-Town Lady, who is 8 lengths. Now 10, the trailer. They approach 4 furlongs left to go. Captain's Daughter is in front. It's Captain's Daughter who's up by a neck. Here comes the rally from the outside from St. Benedict's Prep, and Movie Moxie's been watching the action, is now going to make a 3-wide run as St. Benedict's Prep is ready to press on through a 46-1 half-mile time. Captain's Daughter is still fighting on at the rail and getting a touch closer. Chi-Town Lady, but still a lot of ground to make up as they approach the top of the stretch. St. Benedict's Prep. Then Flavian Pratt now gets the cue. Movie Moxie is ready to pounce right to the outside, and these two hook up, and Movie Moxie is put ahead in front. Trying to go right with her rival is St. Benedict's Prep towards the inside. These two for a final furlong. Chi-Town Ladies run up into third. It's Movie Moxie is now up by a half length. Still battling on St. Benedict's Prep, who's not done. Movie Moxie's almost there. Movie Moxie gets the victory over St. Benedict's Prep. Chi-Town Lady and Captain's Daughter in 1 minute 35 and 3.
Movie Moxie cutting back in distance. The quote-unquote other Linda Rice is Jonathan. It looked like she was always traveling beautifully throughout, beating her stablemate just on the wire.
Well, look, I mean, as a horse player, I love an outside draw with a tactical horse, and I would imagine that there's only one person who likes that more, and that'd be Richie. An outside post, tactical horse, it just works out better for those horses in most situations.
Absolutely, you're right. I wound up picking the 3. She was very game. But you guys, Maggie and you, Jonathan, were all over Movie Moxie with that good draw. This race really proves that jockeys read the racing form. Because they came out of the gate, right? Javier Castellano despite throwing everybody off the scent with that face shield, sent to the lead. St. Benedict's prep attended her. Movie Moxie with Jose Loscano came out running to make sure that they were at least going to go on. I think it is definitely a function. Everybody looks at the form and goes, this doesn't look like a lot of speed. I'm going to be aggressive.
We're going to look at the start. Now, the 5 Movie Moxie, she actually breaks sharpest of all. And Richie, even if they're not necessarily on the lead, sometimes when they break that quickly, it just really gives you an inclination that they're going to run one of their best races.
I think it's a signal that they're just in good form, right? They leave the gate on time like that because they're just focused and they're in tune to what they're doing. And also, to me, it speaks to a horse being strong behind. Horses don't pull themselves out of the gate. They propel themselves with their hind end out of the starting gate.
I got to be honest, Acacia. I think I'm going to try to get Richie going for the next couple of hours. At every turn I can, when I see something that I know that's going to get his old school, hard-nosed, tough jockey mind going, I'm going to point it out just to get him, see if we can really get him on the muscle here today.
You're determined to make me that old timer, that old curmudgeon back in my day.
Well, listen, we've had 2 races. He's already found something to complain about in both. The day is young. Movie Moxie gets the win over St. Benedict's prep. The feature angle remains undefeated as well. Linda Rice running 1-2 after we heard her story here in the second. Prices, reactions, and more when we come back.
Down, get in, 350. Here we go. 3 here, 50, down 4, 8.5, in the back. 1,400,000 stands way in the back. Thank you.
5, $1,500,000, and $1,600,000, $150,000, $1,550,000 and a half. $1,500,000. Jody, thank you.
Please hold your applause.
Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, live from New York City, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com today. Race 2 was a Linda Rice exacta. Movie Moxie coming out on top, and this winner's circle lead-in is brought to you by Fasig-Tipton Digital, North America's #1 digital auction platform for thoroughbreds. Learn more at digital.fasig-tipton.com. Trainer Linda Rice, as mentioned, had the exacta. She's standing by with Maggie.
Linda and I discussing Movie Moxie's gait. sometimes issues, but today it was not an issue today. She bounced out of there, Linda.
Yeah, she really left the gates well today. In the last race, she left the gates well. She's been better this year with the gate issues, but you never know. I mean, it could show up at any time where she missteps and gets herself left, but not today.
She's got a lot of attitude. She's got a lot of fight.
Yeah, she does. She does. She ran great today.
We'll talk about the fight that we saw down the lane between her and your other horse in here, St. Benedict's Prep. For a trainer, what's that like watching them battle down the lane like that?
You know, I'm usually screaming for one of my horses that looks like it's going to get there. I'm a strong rooter. But at that point, I was like, God, I don't know who to root for here. So I was so happy they were both there, and whichever one won was wonderful.
Well, you do own a little bit of Movie Moxie, so that helps. The guys on set, Jonathan Kinchin and Richard Migliore, they were discussing riders. Jose Lezcano, he's your go-to guy. He's ridden both of them. Why was Jose on Movie Moxie today?
Because I find Movie Moxie to be tricky to ride, and Jose has a lot of experience with her. And when I've had somebody other than Jose on there, it hasn't gone well. And I know that filly needed Jose Lezcano, where St. Benedict is pretty push button, and I just really felt that it would be a disadvantage to Movie Moxie not to have Lezcano.
Great explanation. Real quick, I got to ask you about She's Cool in the next.
Yeah, she's live. You know, she's a bit one-paced, and she tends to get off a little slow, so hopefully things go well there, too.
Best of luck with her, but congratulations here. Really good result.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, guys, that was the answer. And Linda, really shrewd, really thinks about her entries. And she made the right choice. Jose Lezcano on Movie Moxie results in a win.
Isn't that the truth, Maggie? Thank you. $9.90 winner. Richie, Linda made you look good. She just backed up everything you just said.
Yeah, every once in a while a blind squirrel finds an acorn. But we certainly kind of hit that. But, really, if you watch the two styles of the horses, one is a little bit more of a bicycle-type horse, a rider has to keep pedaling, where the other one is pretty straightforward. She just shows her natural speed all the time, but it's certainly nice to get that reinforcement.
You might have a career in this.
I'm trying.
This TV business, yeah. Well, you might notice some exciting things on the desk here. We have a Thanksgiving special on track this weekend. You can get this free hat when you purchase a ticket to Equestrians for Saturday. I have my hair up today, so I've got to go like this. Oh, JK looks good. Looking sharp there. Get your tickets quickly while supplies last. You can visit naira.com/tickets for discounted tickets and your free hat. I'm going to do my...
Yeah, you're modeling that.
There you go. Here, now I'm modeling it. There we go. This way. It's backwards. There. Yes, very nice stitching. It's very nice, and it's very cool. You've got the Aqueduct logo
and the short bill.
Short bill.
Yeah, so you can it doesn't impinge your sight of vision, line of vision, right?
Very good. Did you put it on?
I did put it on, but I work very hard on my hair.
I think Jonathan should wear the hat for the rest of the show, personally.
I look like a child.
We've just got to get a little propeller on the top now. Linda Rice looking for another one in race number 3, sending out She's Cool from the rail, but Horacio de Paz has 2, including your current 8-5 favorite in the number 3, 5-2. 5-2 is 8-5 at the moment, as she is taking a drop in class.
Yeah, I mean, look, and she's one who's shown a little bit of pace last time. And Richie, I just feel like on a racetrack like this, whether you have a face shield on or not, finding the front end is, or at least being forward, not getting dirt kicked in your face, is an advantageous spot.
Oh, I agree. Now, obviously horses don't get to wear goggles, but they are outfitted naturally with almost like a membrane, a third eyelid, if you will, that clears their eye, like a windshield wiper. But horses react negatively to kickback. It's rare the horse that doesn't need to learn about it, and particularly in off-going, I want to be forward.
Why make your job even harder than it has to be? Well, we have some exciting coverage coming up this weekend, including coverage late Saturday night, early Sunday morning, depending what time your bedtime is. Coverage of the Japan Cup starting at 1 a.m. on Sunday. Greg Wolf will be here in studio, kind of bringing you all the behind-the-scenes info on that. But we'll get a chance to see Auguste Rodin, who we saw winning the Breeders' Cup Turf last year in 2023. But Jonathan is a super talented horse, and he's looking to be the first in the last 18 years that is not a Japan-based connection to win the Japan Cup.
Yeah, I mean, he was a horse that was in conversations for even trying to do what City of Troy attempted to do and running in the Classic, right? When you have a good horse like this, I love when people get ambitious, right? Try him in different spots, in different countries, in big races, and he's definitely got a ton of talent.
6-time Group 1 winner, and Richie, pretty cool too to see that he is a son of Deep Impact coming back there in Japan Cup, and you have some experience riding in the Japan Cup.
Yeah, I actually was fortunate enough to ride in the very first Japan Cup back in 1981 as a young kid. I rode the mare, the Very One, a very good mare, wound up third. Very roughly run race, but what the Japanese horses, horsemen, riders have done since 1981 to current day is nothing short of miraculous. Frankly, back then, they were in their infancy. The way they've evolved and taken the racing world by storm in a lot of respects, and Deep Impact, one of the most influential sires ever in Japanese racing. Going back to Sunday Silence, though, he would hold the crown.
Absolutely, and just amazing. You've seen Breeders' Cup wins in Dubai, the Japan Cup coming up this week, and I hope you'll tune in for that. Should be a lot of fun to see that international flair. Horses in the paddock for race 3, though. There's 5-2, taking the drop in class 1 of 2 in this race for Horacio de Paz, who holds a strong hand. We'll talk more about her and the rest of this field when we come back. 8-5 at the moment. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
Gun Pilot 22.66 was that first quarter. But it's Gun Pilot and Christian Torres are going to win the Churchill Down. Gun Pilot by 2.5 under the wire.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on Naira Bets. Open your Naira Bets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the Naira Bets app to start using Fast Facts today.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference, and let's win races together.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
I love this stallion barn because this is where we house all of our stallions. And it's a favorite amongst everyone that comes on tour because they get to meet and greet some of their favorite horses that they saw race or are fans of their progeny. So this is Midnight Lou. So these boys are always expecting a mint. Yes, they know when we're coming, don't ya? On these tours. Of course, Loggins is our newest stallion. So son of Go Zapper. Yes, I know. Very handsome, very youthful looking. I like to come when the stallions are coming in from their paddocks. So I get to see them all parade in, and Violence comes in every day, very proud. So I enjoy watching them come in and go into their different stalls, and that happens around noon each day. Violence, I would say, stands the proudest, looks the tallest, even though he's not. If you wanted to draw a picture-perfect stallion, this is what you draw a picture of. He's a beautiful stallion. A little bit aggressive. Clean your mouth out, charlatan. You're messy. This is Charlatan. They call him Charlie in the barn. That's his nickname. So, fun fact about him. Full of personality.
And here is the horse of the year. Go Sapper.
Of course, he's the legend of the barn. He's 24 years old. We had no intention of moving our stallion division here when we first purchased Alapa. And when the decision was made to move the whole operation here, we had 6 months to be out of the Lexington facility. So we had to construct that breeding shed and get all of these paddocks up so that we were ready for breeding season for our stallions. So I would say that Good Magic is probably the kindest, gentlest stallion in the barn. We're really proud of Good Magic and excited about his future. Of course, he had Mage win the Kentucky Derby in his first crop. We look forward to everything that's coming up from this guy. Curlin. Here, buddy. Hi, handsome. So here's Curlin. Consider him the king of the barn. Hi. It's great for me to do tours because when I do give a tour, the fans are so blown away and they just say wow constantly that it's a good reminder for me every day to appreciate it.
And you're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious. As we take a look at the field for race number 3, there's a look at She's Cool. Linda Rice looking for her own little rolling double here as we head down to Maggie in the paddock. Maggie, what do you make of Linda's remaining charge on this race?
Yeah, that's right. She had Pam scratch, but she's going to stretch out. She's Cool in here, and I think that makes a good deal of sense. If you didn't see that interview prior with Linda, she said that she's a bit of a one-pace type, and usually that equals let's go further. And 2, last time when she was making her second start for the barn, it just looked like she was wanting to kind of lug in. She just had her head cocked, and it looked as though she was kind of resenting the kickback a bit. But once she got outside, she did run on a little bit, and then she kind of idled. So speaking to the fact that she's one pace and maybe just has a little bit of an acceleration. So I think stretching out in distance makes sense for a filly that is a little bit more of an even frame, not huge, but has enough size to her that I think this stretch out will be a-okay. So from the current Linda Rice horse to the previous or former one in number 3, 5-2. She's a little intriguing too, given how she wants to run her races, right? Because last time when she was in that starter allowance, they went pretty quick. And I think when they're going that quick, she is a filly that's more well suited to making that one run down the stretch. Whereas if they go a little bit slower, then she can lay closer and be more comfortable. Last time she was just run off her feet and therefore had nothing left in the tank when they approached the wire. She looks okay here. Now the front wraps will go back on for this wet track race today. But as the favorite, I'm not totally enthralled with what I see, Acacia. I just wish, she was a little bit more robust overall and looking as though she's doing better. Honestly, I prefer the other Horacio de Paz horse, who's a much better price, Shihana, just from the overall physical sense of things.
All right, Maggie, thank you. We'll see how it does play out. And tactically speaking here, guys, how do you expect it to lay out, especially with Shihana drawn to the outside? We see her be aggressive for Horacio de Paz on that drop in class as well.
Yeah, we talked about it earlier. I'm a huge fan of the outside draw. I think it just gives you so many more options, especially with a horse that's tactical. You know what I mean? You get a rider like Manny Franco, who I was very happy to see him get his second Breeders' Cup win, second of many to come, I would imagine. It's shocking that he only had one prior to this year. But drawn towards the outside, I think it's a huge advantage when you have a tactical horse. You're going to stay clear, and he'll be able to do the dictating rather than being dictated to.
Yeah, I think it's a very fair point. And Manny is an aggressive rider, so you would almost count on him being aggressive away from there. Not necessarily trying to make the lead, but certainly to be in the fight.
Manny Franco winning the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies this year with immersive, arguably a lock to be champion 2-year-old filly. Meeting the rest of the field, though, Linda Rice and Jose Lascano team up again with She's Cool.
Yeah, it doesn't have a ton of early speed from the inside, but we saw earlier the rail can sometimes send riders into a position where they want to try to hold that position.
Back to the main track for Moonlit Weekend.
Yeah, her turf race was actually better than her recent dirt races. Feels like she'd have to improve to win here.
Drop in class for 5-2.
I'm always disappointed when 5-2 is not 5-2.
I know. They tricked us with that name. Here's Saucy 6. Who's the 5?
Yeah, Saucy 6. We would call her 12-1.
And Shahana.
Good outside draw, has speed to be tactical forward. I'm not quite sure. Who do you think makes the lead here, Jonathan?
Well, I mean, I would think based on the draw, which I mean, I'm a huge believer in the draw means the most to the pace scenario. I would think that 5-2 being drawn towards the inside with Dylan being as aggressive as Dylan has been for the last 6 months will be forward, and then Manny will be on the 6 sitting right outside of him.
Good opportunity today. You can earn a 10% bonus when you hit a trifecta at Del Mar. Opt in at NairaBets.com for a 10% trifecta bonus today. Some great racing over there. You like anything at Del Mar?
I haven't looked at Del Mar since I left Del Mar. But I love Del Mar. That paddock is one of my favorite paddocks.
I love the saddling stalls there with the ivy.
It's so
beautiful.
cool, yeah. So I remember this old picture of Zenyatta like standing in one of them and like with the ivy and it was really cool.
Beautiful paddock. Got a great feel to it, and I love that kind of hacienda style to the grandstand, the clubhouse. And I got wonderful memories of riding there. It's just really a wonderful place.
My favorite story is when I had you on my podcast and your son Joe told the story about how that you won on that big priced horse and he didn't. He was very mad at you.
Yeah, I could have ridden the second choice. 5-2 is 5-2, guys.
Yeah,
there we
that?
go. Thank goodness.
I could have rode the second choice in the Pacific Classic, a horse named AP Excellence for John Sheriffs. He had just run second to Lava Man in the Hollywood Gold Cup. Lava Man will be the favorite. And he hated the racetrack. He worked on the track at Del Mar and hated it, and he was a great workhorse. So when I had an opportunity to get another mount, even though I didn't know who that horse was, I took it because I knew that AP Excellence wouldn't run good. So I pick up Student Council. I'm handicapping the race the night before. He's 20-1. And my son said, "Oh, they took you off AP Excellence?" I said, "No, I took off him to ride this horse." "You're crazy. You took off the winner." He didn't want to go to the races that day. Horse won and paid $48 or something, $1 million race.
So, Joe, if you're watching, you were wrong. As we'll take a look at the 6 Shahana dropping in class. But first, there's the 2 Moonlit Weekend. Richie, as you mentioned in the post-race, this horse who actually improved as far as buyer speed figures do go getting onto the turf. What are the thoughts getting back onto the main track?
Yeah, I honestly have a hard time seeing her, although I think this is a very competitive race. I guess nobody would be really a huge shock. And the warm-up she's getting from Flavien Prat makes me feel like he's going to try to put her into the race early.
Even money right now on She's Cool, though, as the warm-up's wrapping up. Maggie, what are you seeing on the track?
I really hope you have a massive ski jacket today, Acacia, when you come out here for the last 3 races. Woo! Number 6, Shahana. I really like what I'm seeing from her. Just overall, I thought she looked best physically. And sometimes a filly who can be a little bit edgy, a little bit rank and just high energy. She was really calm today. She does have cotton in her ears. And now that she's kind of second off that little bit of a layoff from July to September, just looks really fit and well conditioned. And last time, she's had this wide trip to nowhere where she broke running, but then she was taken in hand to sit 3 to 4 wide on the backside and then 4 to 5 wide around the turn. And the winner that day shot up the rail in Brown Sugar Babe, who has proven to be okay as well, winning the second level allowance race, last week? So I lose track of time. But Shahana, I think she fits nicely with this crew here. Yes, I'm not sure if her best race, at least on paper, wins here, but I just feel like she could be sitting on that best race with a little bit of class relief as well. So I'm going to take a shot here with Shahana. She does wear front wrap, so for the first time, but again, I'm pretty sure that's because it's first time for a tag, or not first time for a tag, but she's in for a tag, and it's the wet track because 5-2 also for Horacio has them on 2 with this wet track that we have today. Acacia?
Maggie, thank you. Shahana 3-1 right now, and Richie, those wraps that you'll see sometimes. It's also trainer by trainer. You know, some trainers, you think of Chris Engelhart, puts every single horse that he runs in 4 wraps. For some, you'll see them only when it's wet track, just a little bit more of a protective layer with that surface and kind of a stickier surface.
Yeah, absolutely, and especially when they're running over the top of the ground like this, they'll have more of a tendency. They burn their heels a little in the wet going, so they'll put that not just for support, but also a little protection from the abrasion that they could suffer running on and off racetrack. But like you said, there are some trainers that just run everything in wraps.
Yep. Also, some trainers, they have their uniform, so to speak, their equipment uniform. You know, you get to see the same sort of bits all the time, the same sort of bridles, and it's just, I think like anybody, they have kind of the typical thing that you go to, and sometimes it's when it changes that you really have to pay attention. 3-2 right now on She's Cool. Is that too short a price now, 7-5 for you, JK?
Yeah, I would say so. You know, from the inside with not a lot of tactical speed, you'd like to think, and look, I'm going to keep my eye on her. You'd like to think she's going to get shuffled to a certain extent from that inside position, get a bunch of that kickback. Jose Lezcano is not wearing that face shield, Richie, so, you know, it could get a little ugly down there.
Yeah, I applaud it. Listen, you're a rider. You've got to be tough to be a rider.
You had to get him worked up.
I told you, that's my goal the rest of the show, to get him going.
I just, listen, I wouldn't wear gloves when it was 15 degrees out. I'd wear them to the gate and take them off because you wanted to have, you know, the good feel of the rain. So you could take it. You're not out there that long. Come on.
Oh, you know what else will get him worked up? Celebrating at the wire.
Ooh. Well, that's not fair to the horse.
I agree.
Yeah, you got to keep the horse balanced. You don't want the horse injured. He's tired, and you're jumping up and down on his back. No, give him a pat. Thank him for giving you the effort.
Well said. 7-5 on She's Cool. Non-winners of 2 in life coming up in race 3. Here's Chris Griffin.
And they're off. Moonlit Weekend has early speed, and 5-2 is in the early mix. A lineup of 4 is joining them. Red Cap is Saucy 6, and the farthest outside, that's Shahana, who now puts a half length in front. Switching right to the outside, Jose Lezcano wants that clear running room and is moving forward with She's Cool. They're now tightly bunched as they hook up with the backstretch. The leader is Shahana, but for how long? Here comes She's Cool, just tugging at Jose Lezcano. Wants to go as a touch keen, is within a half length of the leader out in the center of the racetrack. In behind them, there's 5-2, is now a shared third with At the Rail, Moonlit Weekend, and Flavian Pratt wants to hold that rail position and does. Has reclaimed third. Back to fourth will be 5-2, and now the trailer, 3 wide in that second pack, is Saucy 6. 23.37 for the opening quarter mile. They've got 4 furlongs left to go and went 46.34 for a half-mile time. Shahana's doing it nicely. Manny Franco and Shahana, they're still up by a half length. Here's the rally from She's Cool, is ranging up on the outside. Shahana's got more, being encouraged to hold this margin as Shahana and She's Cool as they're approaching a quarter mile left to go. Also following them is Saucy 6, still very tightly bunched anyone's race. Moonlit Weekend, ground saving journey At the Rail, and now the trailer 5-2 is only a length and a half off the lead. The 5 of them reach the top of the stretch, and Shahana is still there. Shahana's got the lead. She's Cool with every shot to pass this leader. Here comes Saucy 6, and here comes 5-2 on the grandstand side. A final furlong left to go, and here up on the outside is 5-2. It's 5-2 who's trying to sprint clear. Shahana is a clear second. Give it to 5-2 with the victory. 5-2 wins it over Shahana, then came She's Cool. And behind them, Moonlit Weekend and Saucy 6 in 1:38 and 1.
Finally got some running room, 5-2, running down her stablemate Shahana, Jonathan, and she just needed a little bit of clear racetrack.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite things to watch in racing is to see a horse who's got a ton loaded. You can tell by the riders. I learned at an early age in this sport, Richie, when you watch the rider's hands, it tells you so much. Everyone else is asking. Dylan is just waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting finally he gets into the clear, gets her in the clear, and she goes on and wins for fun.
Yeah, everybody else, like you said, had already started asking. They change their holds. Their holds get shorter. They creep up on the horse's neck. Dylan had to stand still back towards her withers, and he was entombed with horses all around him. She just didn't look happy. She didn't look comfortable. Once he angled out to the clear, she found her stride. And second, America's Day at the Races, exacta given out. Maggie and Jonathan liked the 6, and I liked the 3. And last race, you guys picked the winner, and I picked the second horse. And second race back-to-back that a trainer was 1-2.
Yeah, how about that? Well, take a look at the start. What happens here with the 1, She's Cool?
She just didn't react very well, and then she took a couple steps in, and now she's going to start climbing from the kickback. So Jose, you can see, tapping her on the shoulder. He puts her out in the clear. Once she gets out in the clear away from the kickback, she jumps up on the bridle. She made up about 6 lengths in that first 3/16 of a mile, and there's no way any mere mortal of a horse could sustain that. You can see her moving on the outside in the orange, Acacia, and now he's trying to slow her down because he got her running, but...
Look at Jose's body language, how he uses his body weight outside on the 1 to try and slow her a little bit to keep from running off.
Yeah, absolutely. Leaning back into his heels, his legs, using his body weight to try to get her to settle again, but the damage was done. Once he got her out in the clear and she got to running, you can't take it away. Sometimes you turn them on, can't turn them back off.
And there comes the late run from the number 3, 5-2. Have to give credit to Shahana, Jonathan. She set the pace, had that early pressure from She's Cool, and she was beaten by her stablemate. He might just be a little bit of a better horse, but she hung in there for second.
Absolutely, and I truly believe that if she was drawn inside, she would not have finished second. She got the best of it being out there. She got to kind of dictate. You know, she popped away from there. No one went to the front, so Manny went on with it. From the inside, I think things just get a little bit trickier. You get pressure from your outside. Now you got horses lapped to your outside. It can get a lot dicier.
And looks like the winner was claimed as well. The 3, 5-2 gets the win, off to a new barn. After this, bring you prices and more when we come back. And we'll also have a Saturday Stakes preview in the New York Stallion Series Thunder Rumble division. You've got a couple of last out stakes winners. Antonio Venice has the layoff to contend with as well. We haven't seen him since April. And how good was Lightman last time out, picking up the first stakes win of his career in the Hudson.
Number 1 is Mo Donegal by Uncle Mo. And they're off in the Remsen. As they come on for the finish, and it's going to be tight here in the Remsen. Mo Donegal bearing down on the outside. It's Mo Donegal and early voting, and it is Mo Donegal to win the Wood Memorial. And it will be Mo Donegal to win the Test of the Champion, the Belmont Stakes.
Welcome back. You are watching America's Day at the Races here with live racing from Aqueduct, as we just saw 5-2 get the win. A little bit of a shorter price for trainer Horacio DePaz, Dylan Davis in the irons for Upback Stables, and pleased to be joined by a member of Upback Stables in Wally Stampfel, as well as Horacio DePaz. And Horacio, you know, last time she was quite keen to be close to a pace that was really fast for her. And in the past, it feels like she's been more successful coming from off of it.
Yeah, I agree. You know, it's a different competition too, so she was sitting too close, didn't finish up as good. And, you know, Dylan rode her perfect, just kind of kept her collected and made one run basically.
And you pulled off a Linda Rice. You're the second consecutive trainer to have the exact Shahana running a good one too.
Yeah, she ran really good. Very, you know, she needs to be in the clear, and she was forwardly placed and ran an honest race as well.
Now, Wally, I know who you are because actually you taught one of our guys behind the scene, and Jose Ramos, but you are a math teacher in high school. God bless you. Wait, I'm blowing your spot a little bit because you did sneak out early.
Oh boy, I hope that I hope my boss isn't watching. But I told him where I was coming, meeting some old friends, the whole crew, to have lunch at the racetrack. So this is our first trip to the winner's circle in our silks for all the guys. So this is so exciting, and we got to thank the man here.
Absolutely. And what made you get involved in owning a racehorse?
Well, I mean, I've been coming to Aqueduct since I was a little kid. My dad and all that, and I've been wanting to do this for years, and we put it together. It started out as a group of 2 or 3. Upback is our old softball team, and word started spreading. We were doing the Upback thing, and they started coming out of the woodwork, and here we are.
That's such a great story. Well, congratulations. I got to ask you real quick about Honey in the Bank, stepping her up in class today. Was that just because of the race coming up, or do you feel confident?
I was impressed with the way that she ran first time out. Like, you know, she's a filly that doesn't show a lot in the morning, but she showed, you know, to want to compete in the afternoon. So I thought maybe if she continues to improve, it was worth a shot. Then we drew the 1 hole, and that's going to be a little bit tricky too. So, but we'll see. We'll give it a shot.
Wally, you getting in on another horse?
We'll see. We have some money to play with now, so we'll talk to the boss over here, and we'll go from there.
Well, congratulations, guys, and definitely a joyous winner's circle. And Jose, Wally told me sorry for failing you.
Oh, no. Failed Jose Ramos. Poor Jose.
He failed Jose.
Jose is one of the nicest people you will ever meet in the world, by the way. And there is Wally talking to Maggie. Loved getting a chance to hear the story behind the name and see all those happy winners in the winner's circle. I mean, that's what it's all about at the end of the day.
There's nothing better, right? I mean, it's a nice feeling when you've bet a horse and you see him turn for home and win. And it's only happened to me once, and for 0.5%. But when a horse that you own comes rolling down the middle of the track and wins, it's not something that you can duplicate.
That's really cool, and that is what it's all about, Acacia. You know, and when it's a shared experience, right? We're all here because we have this shared passion. These horses do something to us.
What is it, the saying? The thoroughbred is the only animal that can take 1,000 people for a ride at the same time, and that is very much the truth. Here's a look at the Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day coming up in race number 4, Western Wolf 1-2 right now. I think especially with a couple of the scratches of intriguing first-time starters in here, Western Wolf with that speed, a very short price. But before we get to that, coming up tomorrow, we have the New York Stallion Series for the boys and for the girls, and the Thunder Rumble division will go as race number 8. And Richie, you rode Thunder Rumble to stakes win at Saratoga quite a few times towards the end of his career.
Yeah, he was a really good horse. I actually worked him before he ever ran. Got hurt, lost the mount, didn't get him back till he was a 5-year-old. But he did give me a Saratoga Cup victory when the Saratoga Cup was a big race.
We have a couple of intriguing prospects in here, Jonathan, including Antonio Ovenis, who won his last race, but that was back in April, beating Doc Sullivan that day. How's the layoff to contend with coming back here?
Yeah, absolutely. He's had he had back-to-back wins until he was scratched for the Mike Lee Stakes up at Saratoga. So the long break is obviously a concern. The fact that he was entered in that race and not ran, you'd like to gently assume that there was some sort of an issue. And now he's back. He's been working pretty consistently. And he ran well enough first time out. And he ran well enough off a layoff back in December of 23 to suggest that Rudy can have him ready to go first time out. And one of the things I like about Rudy with layoff types is you can assume that Rudy's been on the horse. So he's not taking it from a rider, oh, the horse is ready. Rudy knows the horse is ready because he's actually been riding the horse in the morning.
I think it's a great point, and that's such an advantage for Rudy, to be able to get on one and feel where they're at, or maybe if something is going on. I like the fact that this horse has had that steady work pattern that I like. 6-7 days he's worked consistently.
Do you think when Rudy Rodriguez gallops horses, he still has the AirPod in?
I would say that he is 1 to 9 to have it in while he's galloping a horse.
I've been out there in the morning, and you would cash and collect.
Light Man, meanwhile, he's kind of the now horse, the horse with the most recency. Stepped into stakes company once again last time out and got the first stakes win of his career, winning the Hudson against New York Breds.
He ran extremely well in this race. He did get a little bit of a setup, right? I mean, he was sitting right off of a pace that was pretty quick, and he just kind of did that circle thing. But he ran really well, and I don't want to knock him for running well. I think sometimes horses can work out great trips because of who they are, and so you don't want to take that and hold it against them.
No, and I was speaking with his trainer, Bruce Levine, after the Hudson win, and he said they had put blinkers on him because the way he worked in the morning, they always expected more from him. Even when he won races, he just never felt like he was showing them everything. They put the blinkers on, he started training more aggressively, and he delivered. He feels like the blinkers were the key.
Big step forward with the addition of those blinkers on, picking up the victory in at the Hudson last time out. We'll see if he can make it back-to-back wins as he'll stretch out slightly to the 7 furlongs tomorrow as well. Looking forward, that'll be race number 8, the New York Stallion Series Thunder Rumble division. We have the fillies in the Staten Island division prior to that, so always looking forward to those New York Stallion Series races. As we head back to today, horses in the paddock for our Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day. There's the 4 Western Wolf. Dylan Davis looks for his own little rolling double here, and we'll have the pick 6 carryover kicking off. Over 43,000 in the pool already. 3 to 5 though on Western Wolf as he'll try to take them gate to wire in race 4 coming up after this.
Elite Power gets up to win the sprint. Elite Power to the front at the 16th pole. Gunite is second, but Elite Power is moving clear and going to take the rear dirt sprint by a widening margin.
5-5 all evading at 875 down and down 900 and 900,000.
Elite Power does it again in the Breeders' Cup sprint at 108.34.
The power of Juddmonte.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
How magnificent was Full Count Felicia? Never in doubt.
Coming down to the finish, First World War.
Fort Washington on the outside.
Goliath, razor sharp to score in the Thunder Road.
Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Grayson Jockey Club Research Foundation was formed in 1940 with a simple goal: to raise funds for research to enhance the health and soundness of horses. Since then, we've provided millions of dollars to hundreds of projects at universities around the world, leading to major advances in welfare. Our process of selecting and producing peer-reviewed research has become the trusted industry standard. And with your help, we'll be here for many years to come, supporting the health and wellness of all horses.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, and we have our Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day coming up. Home of North America's 5-time reigning champion General Sire, Into Mischief. And here's a look at the field 1 to 2 right now on Western Wolf. What do you think, Richie?
He looks very formidable. From the horses that have run, he's just run so much better. He has shown consistent speed. Unless you like the 3, Bobby Bob, who's out of Hard Not to Like, a Grade 1 winner on turf for Christophe Clement. and has produced 2 dirt winners and a debut winner at that. I don't see anybody else in the race.
Quite a pedigree there, though, largely for some turf on that first-time starter. But here's a look at Western Wolf. Jonathan went out to the lead, got caught late. Can he sustain that speed today?
This is one of those horses that, like, I am begging to try to beat, and I simply can't find anything. I'm guessing with a horse like the 3 Bobby Bob. I'm guessing and hoping with a horse like the 7 Max and FIFO. It just, this horse, Western Wolf, just looks entirely too tough for this group, although there is nothing about this horse that I trust.
Has run some quick races, though, has not been able to sustain that speed. 1-2 right now. Pick 6 kicking off here with that carryover. Let's get a paddock report from Maggie.
Yeah, we'll take a look at your favorite. And as you had said, Acacia, I mean, this race got quite boring with the scratches, and it just made Western Wolf, I think, that much more appealing and a likelier winner in that he just has speed, and that's what you want, right? With a horse, especially in this type of condition. Now, I still wish, as a heavy and prohibitive favorite, that he looked a bit more fit. This is his 3rd start, and he's come up short in 2, and he still has a bit of that, that baby belly to him, which I had hoped he'd kind of worked off by now. But Mitch Freeman is a trainer whose horses do tend to carry a lot of conditioning. It's just one thing that I'm consistently noticing about him is that he does carry a lot of weight, and then he doesn't really finish his races. Move on to number 3, Bobby Bob. Love that name. As this horse only sold for $19,000, has a pretty nice pedigree, so question marks abound there. As you guys were talking about, I mean, hard not to like. She defeated Tepid in the Grade 1 Diana, as well as winning several other Grade 1 races on the turf. Now, 2 of the 3 siblings have won on the dirt, including Graded Stakes place Faustin, but second generation also more of a turf and synthetic family. Looking at Bobby Bob here in the paddock, though, he's very upright in his pasterns. He looks as though he should be fine, honestly, physically on this surface. The problem is, though, is that he also looks like a horse that might want a little bit more ground, too, because he's very long and stretchy and just feels as though he needs to develop that top line. As I often say, it's like they need to come up. Well, what I mean by that is, like, think about, a human athlete maybe has a little bit of a, not a 6-pack, we'll say a little soft in the middle. But then once they strengthen their core, they strengthen their back muscles as well. And so that's what I'm kind of looking at and gauging here with number 3, Bobby Bob. I just think a race is going to be beneficial for him, Acacia.
Maggie, thank you. 5-2 on Bobby Bob, and I thought that was a very good way to phrase it and to describe Richie on the idea of that top line coming up. It's kind of when all of the muscles are where they're supposed to be.
Yeah, they develop, they get stronger, and they all kind of come together. All the puzzle pieces really begin to fit. It's an interesting group. I mean, I think Western Wolf is the main speed, 3rd start, but you got a couple first-time starters, and interestingly enough, the horse you talked about, Max FIFO, who's taking money, does come back as a gelding, Jonathan. And you'd have to go back to the Grand Dam, Rogue's Jewel. She was a stakes winner. She won the New York Oaks on dirt, and she was a much better dirt horse than turf horse. Maybe, we're reaching a little bit, but maybe with the change in this field.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the Sevens races, right, broke extremely slow first time out, and then was a problem wide last time, and then has the ultimate equipment change. Sometimes I think that equipment change, the gelding, of course, can lead to solving the problems that obviously have been in the mix the last 2 starts. And if they can right the ship there, definitely could work out.
The gelding might help. He still looks pretty sharp, but this was a horse that was really revved up and focused on everything but the task at hand, especially in his first start. He was a little bit better last time, but then trying to go long, which he probably doesn't want. But sometimes that can just really help with focus when gelding horses, Richie.
Absolutely change their whole perspective about things. And he's outfitted with an extension blinker on the outside. So he is a horse that has a habit of wanting to drift out or to the right.
We'll hear more from Maggie on him in a moment. Meet the field, though, starting off with Premier Crew.
Ran once against Open Company at Parks and showed absolutely nothing. Kids from the New York bred's going to have to improve.
There's that firster we talked with the pedigree, Bobby Bob. Here's your favorite Western Wolf.
Yeah, he's got the experience and he's got speed. He's going to be very tough.
There is Henry's Hope, another first-time starter.
Yeah, for connections that are 0 for 30 first-time starters.
And Max and FIFO, who we were just discussing.
Yeah, look, he's one that can turn the tables. Like I said, I would love to try to beat the 4, and I wish that I could do it with something that made me feel warm and fuzzy. Max and FIFO doesn't do that, but I do think he is a very viable alternative. You know that there is at least a horse that can run a little bit with some of the runs he's had. He's shown some speed, showed some talent. And hopefully that equipment change can help him kind of get his mind on right. So I'd be curious to see kind of how he warms up here. Not that I'm the person that can give you the best impression of that, but you know, as long as he's not out here acting like a goofball, we'll see.
Well, and also too, his sire Gervin, he gets 20% winners with his dirt sprinters as opposed to 9% with his turf sprinters and only 3% with his turf routers. So on the top side of this family, certainly going to the dirt makes sense.
Remind everybody to join Naira Bets, play all the action, use promo code BONUS200 and get up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com for your $200 deposit match. You'll need that for this Pick 6 carryover kicking off here. Well, Maggie, as we talked about with all of the changes for the 7, Max and FIFO, what is he showing you out there?
Well, as you graciously shared your notes with me, it sounded like he was quite the bad actor. Today, he's being very good. He has not put a foot wrong, has not turned a hair so far in the prelims, as I do really appreciate the turn back in distance, as you were mentioning. He's built much more like a sprinter, really rounded out hindquarters, incredibly strong back there too. But when I was doing my homework for this race, I kind of looked at the pedigree and said, what in the world were they thinking breeding a turf mare in Noble Jewel by Noble Mission to Gervin, who I think as only a dirt sire, I mean, with the tail of a Cotty as well. So you kind of get a really confused horse, I feel like, at the end of the day. And he actually looks a little bit more turf meant, very slack pasterns, massive hoof to him. But they're also, as far as taking away a little bit of equipment, with him coming back as a gelding, they're also adding a lot to his face. That extension blinker you guys mentioned, as well as a Houghton bit. So yes, he probably needs it because he was getting out extremely badly in that first turn. But I don't know. Sometimes I worry, you know, too many changes too quickly often doesn't result in the best effort. So we'll see how he does today. I can't fault him. If you like him, fine, as an alternative to Western Wolf in here, okay, but he doesn't, as Jonathan likes to say, he doesn't make me feel all warm and fuzzy. Granted, that could be because of the weather today, but again, I still feel that way about Max and FIFO. As Acacia, really quick note on number 3, Bobby Bob. Massive warm-up from Jose Lascano, really sent away from there. So maybe we're going to see a little bit of speed from this horse who, like I said, I had my doubts about him being a sprinting type.
Yeah, we'll see what he does out of the gate. Maggie, thank you. Somebody get Maggie hot chocolate or something out there with it this cold day. Winter is coming. I feel like it's like that Game of Thrones scene, you know, with like the sky gets dark and the wind is swirling. And
So as the splendor of autumn gives way to the starkness of winter, is basically what you're saying?
Basically, what I've been told I have to get a coat. I don't have a coat for New York City winters.
Yeah, you're a New Yorker now. You need a coat
for New York City winters.
I'm not getting. I'll just wear a vest and a sweatshirt.
Just wait till it snows, and then they in New York City they pile up all the snow, you know, to clear the sidewalk in the street. But then the problem is as it starts to melt a little bit, then the corner becomes like a lake. So you either have to walk through it and hope that your shoes are waterproof, or you have to try to like scale the snowbank to go around it. And then you'll probably end up falling because it's slippery and icy and getting packed down and everything. It's really lovely.
I'm going back to Texas.
I was going to say, these aren't Texas problems.
No, this is wild. Yeah, I'm going back to Texas.
Good galoshes so you can walk through that water.
Yes, you definitely need that.
And a coat. And wait, I don't know. You might need a hat. Your ears stay warm.
The hat, you guys saw what happened with the hat earlier. It doesn't necessarily fit.
You should get some earmuffs.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Face shield.
Not a face shield.
I would never do. I respect Richie too much to do something like that.
1-4 on Western Wolf. JK, any thoughts on the pick 6 sequence?
It's one of those situations where, with a race like this, it's really the determining factor, right? If the 4 gets beat here, which a lot of people will single, and you can find a price somewhere else, we could be looking at a double, right? Because a lot of people, especially with smaller tickets, smaller budgets, you're almost forced to single a horse like this. And I love singling on the first leg of the pick 6 because you can always come back on the pick 5. And I know that I make that joke sometimes of, like, the best part about getting beat in the first leg of the pick 6 is the pick 5 is coming up next. But it actually is a nice strategy if you're wanting to play both. You can single here and keep that equity alive moving into the, quote, pick 5 after you've started the pick 6. But, yeah, I mean, it makes me sick to my stomach a little bit, but I think you kind of have to single Western Wolf because if you don't do that, I think you need to use everyone else.
Yeah, not much for him to sink your teeth into beyond that favorite, Richie.
No, I think the most logical alternative would be the 3, Bobby Bob. But, again, that would be a total guess. And I have to correct myself, too, Acacia. I said this race was for New York breds. It's not. There are several New York breds in here. It is a restricted maiden race for horses that have been purchased for $50,000 or less.
And this is our Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day, as it will also kick off today as pick 6. Good luck if you're playing. We appreciate everybody getting involved here. And there is your heavy favorite, Western Wolf, as he will make start number 3. Has that very dangerous early speed. We'll see if he can sustain it today as they move towards the starting gate. Dylan Davis going to be aboard for the first time, looking for his second win on the card. Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day coming up next. We'll have back-to-back 2-year-old races, in fact, in the next 2. And we'll see if Western Wolf can kick it off with a short price. Again, good luck to our pick 6 players. They push Western Wolf into the gate, and we'll send it up to Chris Griffin for the call.
Henry's Hope. Max and FIFO to the outside. Start of the pick 6. All set. And they're off. Western Wolf broke beautifully, and right up to the front, it's Western Wolf who's up by a clear length. Premier Crew is down at the rail, is trying to hang in there and hold that second position with Henry's Hope is in the purple silks out wider. Behind them comes Max and FIFO, who's tracking from 4th on the early trailer. Bobby Bob. They're chasing the big favorite in Western Wolf. Western Wolf has it all his own way so far, with 4 furlongs left to go and 22 and 3 for an opening quarter mile is unopposed. Western Wolf, the one to beat. Here's Henry's Hope towards the outside, is stalking and now makes a move, and Henry's Hope is coming right after the leader. It's Western Wolf who's clear, is still up by 3/4 of a length. Henry's Hope is the first danger towards the outside, and Premier Crew is at the rail just waiting for some room. They reach the top of the stretch, and Dylan Davis and Western Wolf, they've done it nicely enough so far, and now gets the cue, and Western Wolf is trying to run away from this field. Here up on the outside, Bobby Bob has got some momentum, but still running is Western Wolf, who's got a comfortable margin, is 5 in front. Western Wolf is well clear inside that final 16th. It's going to be all Western Wolf, the favorite. Kicks off the pick 6. Western Wolf wins it. Then came Bobby Bob. Henry's Hope finished 3rd in 1 minute 11 and 4.
Western Wolf using that speed, able to sustain it today, and really never in doubt.
No, I mean, it wasn't in doubt, but it wasn't, like I said, it wasn't one of those situations where, if you played this horse at 1-4, that you didn't at least have a scary moment. There was just no one in here to beat him, and it was how you're supposed to ride a horse like this: take him to the front, extend your position, and make them try to run you down, and none of them could.
Once he broke so sharply, because that's probably your only worry, that a horse that's looks like he lays over field, getting away cleanly. Once he broke alertly, basically the race was over. The 3, Bobby Bob, good old Bobby Bob. He didn't break particularly well, but he actually ran on okay for second. He's a horse to keep an eye on going forward, even though he didn't change leads, but much the best. Your favorite, Western Wolf, reports home promptly.
Yeah, Maggie saying with Bobby Bob, likely needs a start, maybe needs a little bit more distance as well. So it did seem to be the case watching them the running of the race. So one to keep an eye on moving forward. 1-4 though, as the winner is your favorite 4-3-5-2 here in race number 4, our Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day. So experience prevailing here. Western Wolf with that early speed to getting the job done. As Jonathan, we're leaving you.
This is really, I mean, this is horrible what you guys are doing to me.
Well, it's been a lot of fun. Jonathan is sticking around for now. Richie and I are stepping away.
Where are you guys going?
I'm going to be back reporting later. Are you coming back later?
I'm coming back to the desk when you leave later, so.
Okay.
I'd hang in there with you, but, yeah.
That's allegedly.
Musical chairs today. But Greg Wolf and Andy Sterling are coming up to surround Jonathan on the desk, so you won't be alone.
And you won't have nearly as much fun either.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know.
He's over there.
They're listening. But you will have fun watching. Western Wolf gets the job done at 1-4. Stay with us on America's Day at the races. Prices, more live racing when we come back. Still plenty more to come.
Idiomatic in front, 16th to go in the Juddmonte Colors. Florent Giroux aboard. Idiomatic to win the Grade 1 Juddmonte Spinster.
Idiomatic is taking the lead. Clippier trying to squeeze through, but it's going to be Idiomatic to win.
And Idiomatic just opens back up here with every stride. No catching. Idiomatic winning the Juddmonte Spinster for Florent Giroux.
Curlin, the classic sire.
Welcome back to the program. It's America's Day at the Races here on FS2, and we just saw a very popular winner in today's 4th race. It was Western Wolf, gate to wire fashion. He's pretty quick, and please be joined by some winning connections. Winning owner Richard Greeley Greenlee, jeez Louise, as well as Rich Saba, that's the easy name, of course, who picked him out. So, Rich, I do want to ask you about picking out Western Wolf at the OBS yearling sale. Maybe not a sale many are that familiar with.
Well, it's usually an advantageous sale. The market, as you know, fluctuates from year to year, but generally speaking, it's a sale where you can find some opportunity. And that particular year, last year, there really didn't seem to be a lot of action, a lot of people down there. So I think we got away with one there. And when I saw the breeder who bred the horse, Louis Ferrari, he was disappointed. He thought the horse should have brought some more money, and I agreed with him. I said, I actually agree with you. You know, of course, my client Richard Greeley here was very happy. You know, and but it worked out very well for everybody, and I'm so happy for all connections involved, especially Mr. Greeley here, who really takes the risks and does everything he can to, you know, do the best for his horses. And it's just nice to see horses win and people stay ahead.
Yeah, exactly, and Richard, you're obviously well-versed in pedigrees, breeding a lot of your own horses too. So what made you want to buy this guy? And as Rich was saying, maybe got away with a deal here and obviously eligible for these restricted maiden special weights.
You know, it seems like every time we purchase from the training sale, they ramp these horses up so much. When we get them, it seems like it's a couple more months to get them rolling. We're like, why don't we just, we've had a lot of success breeding them, breaking them, and sending them to Mitch. So let's get a baby. Let's look out a nice one. We sent this to Greg Martin. He did a great job. And sent him to Mitch. And so we know what we have right from the beginning. I mean, the other sales, we're getting splints, we're getting tendon problems and a lot of layoffs. These horses have all these ones that we've actually bought as yearlings are doing very well.
Doing it your own way, under your own terms.
It's Greg Martin who assisted me when I picked this horse out. He actually always liked this horse from the very beginning, and he used to call Richie and I really like him. He's a good mover. I really like him. You know, so of course he had us very excited from the beginning. So it's nice months later to succeed.
We actually have a Vino Rosso, Cara's Chianti, coming up.
From the same sale.
Yes, in the same sale. Very, very nice.
Yeah,
very nice filly. She's doing good. Yep.
I, by the way, just love the way that this guy runs with his tongue flailing about.
I didn't like that. We gotta do something about that. Even when my wife was here, she goes, "How do they run with their tongue hanging out of their mouth?"
She already called the dentist and the makeup artist. You know?
Well, it's okay. I think it's endearing. But guys, congratulations. Nice purchase.
Thank you so much.
Good to hear from the guys behind the buying of these horses, Acacia, and what it takes to bring a horse to the racetrack. Western Wolf breaking through in his third career start. Sorry.
Yeah, Maggie, Greg stepping in for Acacia here, taking our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Western Wolf, 1-4, did what was expected and runs with that Michael Jordan running style with the tongue out.
Nothing wrong with that.
Well, against this field, I don't think there's anything wrong. Whether or not there's something wrong with it against other fields remains to be seen, or actually has been seen.
So I would venture everyone's still alive with the pick 6 carryover. Things get more difficult from here, so we get into this late pick 5 coming up. Gets a lot more difficult, actually. Starts the late pick 5 with this New York bred maiden special weight, 6.5 furlong sprint. Here in leg 2 of this pick 6 carryover, and as the board reflects, a lot more difficult. Here coming up, Princess Mischief, Chris Englehart barn, making start number 4.
I think it'll be interesting to see if the 4, who's a slight favorite in doubles, ends up going off favored. The 8's the second choice. I'm looking at doubles, and the 2 and the 6 at similar prices. You know, is Lottie Margaret one of these horses that just got bet in multi-race bets because it's a Brad Cox first-time starter in a field with somewhat dubious form, or is this a horse that's ultimately going to take money? I think the board will tell you a lot more about that as we get closer to the race.
Part of the sequence. 2 really good races, races 7 and 8 back-to-back. 8th race we're going to talk about next. This 1-turn mile New York Bred's allowance optional claiming field. You can make a case for several in this race, including the top 3 finishers coming out of that September 28th race on a muddy sealed track, Belmont and Aqueduct meet that was won by Mighty Atlas.
Yeah, I mean, Mighty Atlas worked out a nice trip in there, but, you know, when you're a tactical horse like Mighty Atlas is, sometimes, you know, Andy, that just is, you continue to work out good trips like that.
I wasn't clever in this race. I picked the horses that ran 1, 2, 3 in the Mighty Atlas race, 1, 2, 3 again, to be honest with you. I agree. And, you're talking about a horse that because he's running for a tag in this New York bred optional claimers non-winners of 2 race, you've got a horse that's already won this division coming back into it. He's not moving up in class. He's not moving down, but he's running against the same horses he beat. And I understand that, Bourbon Chase has got a bit of hang in him. Shadow Dragon has a bit of hang in him. And if you want a horse like Two's a Crowd, I guess, who's sort of the other horse, you're taking a horse that hasn't even won in this condition. And I don't trust him off one number last time out. He's kind of what Greg and I will talk about frequently, this sort of one number horse, because every other number he's run before his last race, Two's a Crowd, is uncompetitive here. Maybe he is a better horse, but I tend to side with show me it again.
You agree?
Yeah, I mean, he's one of those horses where, you look 2 back and Mighty Atlas handled him pretty easily. Now, that was on a sloppy racetrack, so maybe you can make up an excuse that maybe you didn't like it. It's going to get the same situation here today. You could get creative there, but I think maybe you're kind of reaching to a certain extent, hoping he's going to run back to his last number.
Intriguing race. We'll get back to that. We look forward to those 7th and 8th. Very good. Again, part of this late pick 5 sequence. Underway already. Tampa Bay Downs. Some key dates coming up on the road to the Triple Crown. Sam F. Davis, always a big one. March 8th, Tampa Bay Derby. Naira Betts Sprint, March 30th. Look forward to it. And we're going to have coverage with them coming up on the program tomorrow. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. We'll dive deeper into this first leg of the late pick 5. When we come back, again, the favorite, Princess Mischief. As we approach the 13-minute mark to post, we'll have the post parade for you when we come back.
The champion 2-year-old. One of 4 champion 2-year-olds in his immediate family. Essential quality at 2. Undefeated.
Essential quality, though, has opened up by 5.
Devastating. His own first 2-year-olds race in 2025. If they're anything like him and you've got a mare in foal, just imagine.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
For the Barraclough family of Saratoga Glen Farm, raising horses is all in the family.
It doesn't work if you don't have your whole family involved in what you do.
New York native Dan Barraclough and Kathy Barraclough, whose accent gives away her Australian roots, fell in love on horseback when they were leading trail rides at a resort in the Catskills. Even back then, they envisioned owning a horse farm and having children that would grow to share their passion for thoroughbreds.
We planned on it.
Not necessarily with me, but she planned on it for sure.
For the oldest, Taylor, middle son Shane, and the youngest Dean, the wake-up call comes early.
They'll get up at 5 o'clock in the morning, start stalls, feed, bring in, work the yearlings, work the layups, and then
They get up and work, then we get up and go have fun as well.
Taylor is already an accomplished equestrian.
For compensation for working here, I got to have a mare here. This is my 1,000 words colt. I'm really excited. Hopefully I get to sell him, and I don't know, I think he's really cool.
Shane excels at sports, but understands that his work on the farm is key to the family's success.
How do you think this will help you?
Mostly the work ethic of like how I do things in school with like a timeline maybe, or what I need to get done in a certain period of time and how fast I need to do it. Staying focused.
Dean prefers training his dog for agility trials to riding. He's even started Dean's Delicious Dog Treats to earn money for his passion. But even he picks up a pitchfork when it's time to clean a stall.
I'm watering, I open doors, I mow lawns, I help Dad.
The Bear Cloud clan credits another family for helping them become successful, the family of New York breeders, who were generous with time and advice.
And we had a lot of help along the way. Joe McMahon was a mentor for us. He helped us, get our first clients. It's been a very good community for us. Ann Morgan and Tim, when he was alive, they were very helpful and accommodating.
When this War Dancer filly races at Saratoga someday, she will carry with her all the love and care she received from all 10 of the helping hands at Saratoga Glen Farm.
For more information on the New York Thoroughbred and Breeding program, go to nybreds.com. We have a Saratoga Glen Farm homebred in this race, and there she is. Dynamite and Diamonds making career start number 3 coming up. Very big price, in fact, biggest price on the board here. We'll see that would be quite an upset here at 42-1. And Felipe Martinez will ride.
Well, it is a weird race, right? I mean, I'm not suggesting I'm going to bet on this horse, but there are a lot of horses in here. I picked the 8 Twirling Lulu, who's bet in her 1 dirt race, but, horses like the 8 and the 2, there's no guarantee. The 9, there's no guarantee these horses are effective on dirt.
Yeah, I mean, the 4 really throws the wrench in the operation. I think looking at the doubles, the 4 was favored, so I'd like to think the 4 will probably come down a little bit. But this isn't one of those next fastest horse in the world, Brad Cox first-timer feels for me, right? Horse is chilly on the board, will eventually probably go off favored, but it just seems like they're just kind of reaching for, where else do I go?
Yeah, no, I agree. You're talking about a New York bred. Where is this horse going to race? So obviously she's going to race here, and she may well win. And it's early, but 6-1 isn't at this point.
Flowing up in the wrong direction right now. Francisco Martinez on the 7, Dynamite and Diamond. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Yeah, let's take a look at a horse who is trying something new for the first time to begin the paddock discussion, and that is number 2, Forever to Go, as she does switch to the main track. Now, looking at her pedigree, she is by Honest Mischief, who that's a good influence, and she's a 3/4 to Sorority Prank, who did win, I think, going 7/8 on the main track. So looking at her, I'm A-okay with her actually switching surfaces today. I know that she's after multiple stakes winning turf horse Red Danger, but I think looking at her conformation suggests to me that she should be okay. The problem is, she had a cooler on. She came in, and when she was tacked, she was completely washed out. It's cold today, so that's not something I want to see. It just kind of indicates a horse is nervous, and you can tell she's kind of has her tail sucked up underneath of her. She just doesn't necessarily look like the most comfortable, the happiest horse to be here. So that's always a red flag for me. So she's going to be one that I will stay away from, as we'll move on to number 8, Twirling Lulu. Now, I was scratching my head the day that she was favored in the paddock, making her debut, because I thought You Gotta Have Hope just looked phenomenal and was much the horse to beat, and ran accordingly and won at 5-1. And Twirling Lulu, she just looked a little bit smaller relative to her competition that day in Saratoga. She was really edgy in the paddock. She was really bad behind the gate. She just did everything wrong, and she got away slowly too. Then she came back and ran on the turf. I wasn't in the paddock for that October 26th effort, but now she switches back to the main track, and I do think this is the right surface for her, despite running well enough on the turf. But she also looks as though she's grown grown mentally, physically, has gotten stronger as well. She's a lot more settled here in the Aqueduct paddock. She looks phenomenal. To me, she looks like the horse to beat. So I would forgive her for that first start where she was the beaten favorite, because I'm looking at a different animal this time around. And then we'll take a look at a first-time starter. That's number 4, Lottie Margaret, out of a dam who was better on the turf and synthetic. Did produce Mashni Girl, who was a 3-time dirt winner and New York Bred Stakes place, but the others have been a bit better on the turf, second generation's turf. And while I don't see turf in an overwhelming sense of the thought, looking at her physically, she also looks like she might want more ground. She's kind of very long backed, and while there's a lot of her, there's a lot of substance to her, and I like that. I wonder if this is going to catch her out a little bit. It's 6.5. She could win. If she's good enough, she can win at any distance, as I like to say. But I just feel like ultimately she's going to prove better with a little bit more ground to work with. Greg?
Maggie, thanks. We'll get to that one in a moment. We start with Honey in the Bank, start number 2, and stepping up in class.
I think this horse is a little interesting as a long shot. I'm not sure she's really good enough for this field, but her debut is better than it looks, albeit not that good a race.
Speed of the field gets on dirt first time.
Feels like this is that time of the year where you have these horses that are turf horses that end up trying the dirt, but she does have some talent.
Phone call to Heaven, second-time starter.
Yeah, this horse did really no running first time out. As part of a purse money only entry.
There's the Brad Cox first-time starter.
Yeah, you got to feel like this horse is going to come down in price, but doesn't give me that warm and fuzzy feeling.
Howling Wind debuting for James Ferraro.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, the dam side is actually pretty good. It's just a guess. Taking a little money for Jimmy Ferraro.
Joel Rosario and Princess Mischief.
Yeah, I mean, her 3 races are just like, she just kind of gallops around there, doesn't really do much.
Here's the filly bred by Saratoga Glen Farm, the 7.
Not taking any money after doing no running well behind the 6 last time.
Given up. Well, Twirling Lulu, I was going to say, was favored first time out on dirt, so now favored again.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to hearing Andy's case here, but I think I know where he's coming from. A horse taking that much money on debut on the dirt probably can run a little bit.
Probably encouraging that she's 2-1, though I didn't hit her expecting 2-1.
Yeah, Wild Mischief 7-1 outside. Dylan Davis
completes the trio of honest mischief foals running in this race. Her 1 dirt race is significantly worse than her 2 turf races.
All right, so before she ever ran, Twirling Lulu was favored, and debuts, they can be a learning experience. She was fractious behind the gate before the gates even opened. So there were some, we can find reasons why we can give her a pass for the debut.
Yeah, when these connections take money, Roddy Valenti, Bruce Levine, where there's smoke, there's usually fire. And she just got sort of amped up before the start. And I thought maybe she'd be a speed type here. And while she obviously ran better in the turf, I'm not sure she isn't really much better bred for dirt. But once again, I picked her expecting her to be in the 9-2 range in this race, not 2-1. I would not have picked her as the favorite. I have the 6 second, and I think the 6 at 3-1. I don't love the 6. I know you don't either, but they were my 2 horses.
No, but to your horse, before we get to the 2 who I'm going to pick here, the 8 Twirling Lulu, I'll say this: the money is right. Around 30-something% of the time, the money is right. And when this horse takes money on debut, there's been 2 horses that have won out of that race, 2 horses that have run second, and 2 horses that have run third. It's a productive race in which she took money. She clearly has at least a little bit of talent to suggest that while some of these might not, even my pick, might not handle the dirt, you do know that Twirling Lulu likely will.
Right. Well, the other thing is that I think a lot of the odds, the morning line, obviously, is predicated on the assumption that Brad Cox would take more money than she is taking right now, the number 4 horse. Now, she's favored in doubles, favored in pick 3s, but she's not getting bet on the board like she's live.
Well, JK, you have gone to the 2. She should be in front. She's got turf sprint speed. That translates usually to being more quick than dirt speed.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's a couple of things here. One, I think the inside draw, so you know that you'd like to think Johnny's going to send away from there, right? You don't take a turf horse, take him back, and let him eat dirt for half a mile. I think with this horse, you pop away from there, see if they'll handle it. The other thing is, when a horse on a sloppy racetrack who's run well on the turf, I'm not going to start to try to act like I understand the full anatomy of a horse and the action. But I do think that turf horses with speed can handle a sloppy racetrack. Their action handles that surface well. I'm just hoping she's going to pop, go to the front, and open up.
Yeah, I hear a lot of discussion about turf horses and sloppy track, and I have never seen any evidence whatsoever that there's any back this. One thing I'd say is, with a speed horse, you're not liable to take much kickback or any kickback, and turf horses don't take kickback the same way dirt horses do. So that's a comparison. But for me, I've heard it for a long time, and I don't believe there's any real evidence to back it up.
Yeah, and I'm not cutting in line to bet a horse in that situation. However, it's just I wouldn't take it as a negative.
Let's go to Maggie.
The theory, Andy, for somebody who's been on horses, is that because it's a sealed racetrack, so therefore it's hard. When you walk out on the turf, you're not sinking down. It's hard. That's why sometimes I think that theory gets passed along, that a turf horse might handle a sealed racetrack. And it is sealed because they've been working through the wet weather for a couple days now. So anyway, I don't have the numbers. I'm not a numbers person. I suppose that is Andy's job. His number one is Honey in the Bank. I thought it was interesting what Horacio De Paz said about her earlier, in that she was a filly that didn't show him much at all in the morning. So therefore they entered her in that maiden 40. But she did run very well that day, wired by Deeza Rock, but she had that wide journey and she just stayed on continuously throughout that race. Now, it wasn't in the paddock for the debut, but she's a very round filly, so wondering if she needed to gain some fitness out of that first race, and it looks as though she has. She's very strong looking overall, so we'll see how she negotiates being now on the inside as opposed to the outside like she was in the debut. Number 9, Wild Mischief, as we bookend the field here for Mike Maker. I'm okay with her switching surfaces. I know she didn't run well first time out on it, in that you got to have hope race along with Twirling Lulu, but she just was not as fit and strong like typical Mike Maker first-time starter was, and now she adds the blinkers, just a very short cut to her. I don't love her, but she is 7-1 on Mike Maker, so I kind of get the appeal there. We'll see if she can run any better with just being a fitter horse now on the main track.
Maggie, thank you. All right, the 8 favored Twirling Lulu. Bruce Levine, Javier Castellano, favored in the debut on dirt this summer, Saratoga. That did not go well. We'll see if second time on the dirt goes much better.
We'll see if she acts up behind the gate this time. I am optimistic and like her, but like I said, I didn't expect 2-1. I'm live in the pick 3. I managed to get the last 2 winners to get alive in the pick 3. I know it's not easy.
1-4 shot.
I hate to red bot. I had that horse right on top. Yeah, I was pretty proud of myself for that.
Here we go. Race 5 starts the late pick 5 on this Friday card. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Goes in. All set. And they're off. Good speed towards the inside from Forever to Go. Forever to Go has a host of pursuers. On the outside, here comes Wild Mischief is in that early mix, and in between horses, that's Twirling Lulu. These 3 across the racetrack at the rail, that's Honey in the Bank, is now a shared 4th. This towards the outside is Dynamite in Diamonds, who's in the 5th position. In between horses, Howling Wind doesn't want to lose too much ground. Luis Rivera Jr. just encouraging Howling Wind to move forward 21-4. The posted opening quarter mile. The leader is Forever to Go. Forever to Go takes him into the far turn. Tons of pressure, though, towards the outside here from Twirling Lulu's, but in the 2-path, 3 wide there. Wild Mischief from the back. Honey of the Bank is trying to rally on, is still there with Dynamite and Diamonds. Also from the back, here comes Phone Call to Heaven, is now taken 6. Howling Wind is dropping back, and Lottie Margaret, as far back the trailer, is Princess Mischief. They approach the top of the stretch, and they went 44-3 for the half-mile time. Forever to Go reaches the top of the stretch, is still in front. Twirling Lulu now dives down towards the inside, is trying to hold second, but we've got one rolling from the back, and Princess Mischief is trying to go from last to first and pass the entire field. And Princess Mischief, Joel Rosario, patented Rosario ride here, last to first. Princess Mischief gets the victory. Princess Mischief wins it over Forever to Go. Then came Lottie Margaret and Phone Call to Heaven in 1 minute 18 seconds flat.
Princess Mischief, like a runaway train, you could see making up tons of ground with every step in here. Easily wins his fifth.
Yeah, I think the 21.82, 44.78 might have had something to do with the fact that this horse was able to close. Jonathan, I'm going to say to you, where were the other closers?
This is one of those races that reminds me of that famous Trevor Denman call. It looks like they just jumped in at the quarter pole. I mean, this horse was rolling down the middle of the track. I was hopeful for about a half a second, and then...
Well, you told me the horse was cooled off in the turn, and I went, okay.
I was hopeful for half a second, but just half a second.
21-4, 44-3 to the half, and that's what you get.
But I will say this, though. I think that in racing, you cannot be too results-oriented. The 2 Forever to Go ran extremely well.
I agree. This horse won so easily, I'm not sure was the best race, but did run very well. And frankly, it is a massive knock on everybody else that nobody could make up any ground on that horse considering the pace. Because honestly, the 2 could have finished 6th in there, and you still would have hit. Didn't really run that badly.
Supersonic pace up front, and yeah, Forever to Go. The one setting those insanely fast fractions, and yes, to hang on for second, certainly give that one credit, but sets up for Princess Mischief, but yet no one else making a bid from off the pace.
I mean, at least the 8 tried to chase the pace, so you could give the horse a little credit for chasing that crazy pace, but nobody else made an impact at all. They can bet Lottie Margaret next time out. You can have her.
6-2, 4-3, 4-1 upset to start the late pick 5. All the prices when we come back. Chris Engelhart Barn. Joel Rosario with another win on this Friday afternoon card. This one for Stefania Farms. One of the Honest Mischiefs with a victory here in race 5. We'll be back right after this. Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races underway. in our pick 6 carryover and our late pick 5. And we have an upset now after a huge favorite start of the pick 6 carryover. 4-1 shot, Princess Mischief for Chris Engelhardt. Second one of the day for Joel Rosario here in the 5th.
I'm going to ask you, Jonathan, do you think this horse plays 4-1 in the pick 6 or a little lower?
I would say a little lower. Yeah, I would say a little lower. I think that this race was kind of messed up a little bit by the 4. You know, taking, not taking, taking money, not taking money. I think that was, you know, taking money in the double, not taking money in the win pool.
That's fair. I agree with you. I think if we were playing the pick 5, not the pick 6, we would have reduced worrying about the 4 as much because the horse being so chilly on the board.
No one played a serious pick 6. I mean, okay, I know.
Didn't use this horse. No, a serious ticket. You use 3 or 4 in here. You absolutely.
And just rolls by the speedster in here. Went incredibly fast early, like that one was standing still. Not a lot of resistance after going that fast early in the stretch for Forever to Go, as expected.
It was forever to go for Forever to Go.
Yeah, at the quarter pole, it seemed like an eternity.
So not cooled out.
$10.20 for the win, and after a huge favorite that had everyone alive in the pick 6 carryover, now one that, yeah, probably most still alive, as you said, serious tickets, but there's some tough choices. You know, these next few races coming up, you're going to have to make.
I think a $16,000 carryover is sneaky, right? It's like not enough to get everyone's attention, but definitely enough to reduce the takeout.
Well, yeah, I agree with that, but also yesterday's pick 6 is a good example. Imagine yesterday's pick 6 sequence with a $100,000 carryover. It pays a lot less than $10,000, I think. I mean, there was one $20 horse and a lot of very logical horses. I just think it was one of those weird aberrations because of a smaller pool.
Well, speaking of weird aberrations, what is going on with Joey the Fish right now? 20-1 morning line, 3-1. Early money. Someone likes Joey the Fish.
All Joeys. The Joeys are in. I've told you this.
$16,000 claiming race, 1-turn mile. We expect those odds to change. The 3 and the 4, does this race pretty much those two?
What about the 7?
Sorry, 3, 4, 7, excuse me.
Yes, I've narrowed it down to 3, 4, and 7. How about you, John?
Yep, 3, 4, 7, you know.
That's it. We're done. 3, 4, 7 it is. We're going to take a break.
Yeah, we'll see you in 30 minutes.
See you tomorrow.
I'm almost equally surprised to see 7-5 on the 7, are you? Or no?
Well, I think when everything's said and done, I think the 7 and 4 will probably. I mean, the one thing about the 3 that'll keep her odds a little bit higher is more low-profile connections. Don't win a lot of races, whereas Trade Secrets, Rudy Rodriguez. The 7 is Wayne Potts, who's been winning a lot of races since we came back from Saratoga, so I think they'll take more money. The 7 is coming off a win. I picked the race 4-3-7, but
incredibly short right now. We'll see if it changes. We'll keep our eyes on it, so we'll get back to that coming up. We all expect her to be Horse of the Year, right?
Torpedo Anna?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know who else could win it, to be honest with you. She's a very imperfect choice, but in this year, she's deserving.
She was sensational this year. Win against the boys in the Travers, put on a show, came up just short against Fierceness in a thrilling stretch duel, and she is aiming for the Apple Blossom now as a spring goal at Oaklawn Park.
Look, I'm at this point, I'm thankful she's coming back. I think it'll be fun. Racing's better with her running than it is without her running.
It's unusual for a 3-year-old filly to retire. I mean, it's very, very unusual because the best you can get is a foal. I guess you could sell. I don't know if these connections are really concerned with that. And the likelihood of reproducing herself is very slim. So if they're sound, they almost always come back. And I'm thrilled. And listen, she was a lot of fun. The other thing about her is she's no phony. She's not a horse that was winning races against bad horses, getting perfect trips. She earned her victories. Her performances were good, really good.
So April 12th, circle that on your calendar. That is the expected date for Torpedo Anna at Oaklawn. Some other notable dates. They open December 6th. We're going to have Paula Duca. They're live on site with coverage all meet long. Did a tremendous job last year. And then obviously all these divisions, they have a great series leading up to the big ones, and no more so than that 3-year-old division leading up to their Derby preps.
I've always felt like they have probably the most consistent 3-year-old prep situation, right? The horse, the Southwest, the Rebel, and the Arkansas Derby. I think that some of the other spots, even like in Florida, the Fountain of Youth can sometimes come up a little bit light, or the Holy Bull can come up light. It always feels like those races at Oaklawn are wars.
Well, A couple of things. I agree with you. I mean, as long as weather doesn't interfere, which it is occasionally done down there because they have a situation where they can't put chemicals in the racetrack because it's a state park, right?
I believe so.
And so they do occasionally run into freezing situations. But forgetting about that, they do have an option of drawing, even though they're not the easiest place to get to. They can mix and match with Fairgrounds a little bit. Yeah. So I think it's almost like those two tracks come together, and they obviously offer tremendous purses as well.
And in California, it's not the hardest ship in the world from California.
All right, more and more California trainers looking to maybe go there and stuff. And you're right, a lot of Californians have had success. Not just Baffert, going back years, the Apple Blossom, Zenyatta coming there. That was her one trip over the mighty Rockies. 2 trips.
We look forward to it. We're going to take a timeout. Speaking of another champion, undefeated Immersive. What a campaign. She's the leading lady, no question, that 2-year-old filly division, and the man who was aboard for that Breeders' Cup glory. We'll have more on him when we come back.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire, continues the momentum with standouts like Ms. Big Bucks.
Ms. Big Bucks gets the victory.
As well as Born Dancer.
Born Dancer, gutsy, and Born Dancer wins it.
And 26 Black, winner at 3 of his last 5 starts.
26 Black has sprinted by. 26 Black, that's your winner.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, New York's #1 turf sire, standing at Rockridge Stud for the 2025 season.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Jockey Manny Franco has been no stranger to the winner's circle in his career. Even with over 2,000 wins, including multiple Grade 1s, he continues to stay motivated to be the very best in the game.
I'm hungry, I want to win races, that's what I'm here for.
Family has always been a driving force for Franco. From his first trip to the track, to jockey school, and coming to the United States, Manny's bond with his father has been a key component to his success.
I was about like 14 years old. My dad took me to the track every Sunday in Puerto Rico. Saw those animals running, and I just fall in love with the sport.
Throughout his career, Franco has found support from fellow Puerto Rican riders Arad and Jose Ortiz, as well as Hall of Famer John Velasquez.
Coming from Puerto Rico, coming from the same school, you have to be very proud, you know. And although we compete with one another, but you have to be proud to what they've done and to have the talent. There's no doubt that Manny has the talent to be a top rider in the whole country.
It is going to be a photo finish, and I think it was Discreet Lover. Schering takes the lead. Late move from Dye. Back to third is Sweet Melania. Schering and Manny Franco have won.
And he's gonna do it, Manny Franco, in the Grade 1 Joe Hurst Turf Classic. But it is Tiz the Law, and the New York bred is gonna win New York's Belmont Stakes, the first leg of the 2020 Triple Crown. Here he is, Saratoga's hometown hero, Tiz the Law.
With all his accolades, Manny is still missing that one win all jockeys want the most.
And I want to win the Kentucky Derby so bad, man. That's the dream for any jockey, the Kentucky Derby.
Well, another incredible year for Manny Franco. 184 wins, 14th in the country, 7th in earnings, over 16.4 million, 51% in the money percentage. Just keeps producing.
Consistency.
He's an outstanding rider. He's one of those guys that there's not a lot of riders when I look down where I'm like I get overly motivated that they're riding. They're all really good, especially in New York. We're spoiled. I get it. I get a little extra, a little bump when I see Manny. I just know he's going to give it his all. He's an outstanding finisher. He's a great athlete. And I think that, like, starting his career kind of a little bit behind Johnny with Angel has taught him so much. And I think that, and then also his recent success with Chad, I think, has gone a long way in helping him to continue to improve.
Yeah, I mean, there's no question the opportunities he's also gotten when he hooked up with John Paddock as his agent now and riding much more for Chad Brown, helping his confidence, getting better mounts. But for me, Manny's an impossible guy not to root for. I'm a big fan.
And one of those big mounts, of course, the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies winner, Immersive, who is going to be very shortly named a champion and produce this performance on championship weekend.
This is one of those races where I don't know how you felt about it, Andy. I felt stupid when it was over, that I tried to get cute. She was obviously the most accomplished. She had been the most consistent. And right about here, I felt like, that was dumb.
Well, first of all, I feel stupid after about 85 to 90% of the races are run that I'm watching. Contrary to Bobby Gleason. Second of all, I picked her, so I didn't feel particularly dumb. I just didn't bet her. I didn't bet the race, but she seemed logical, and I thought Manny showed incredible confidence on her. You know, he never panicked. He didn't worry. They were obviously moving too fast up front, and when he asked her, she produced.
She doesn't feel like one of those 2-year-olds that's going to fizzle out either. She feels like one to me that's going to continue to just kind of be in the mix.
The question is how good she really is. Yeah. I mean, the question is when is Senza Parole going to come back, and she going to kind of build on the promise she showed in her debut? Because at the end of the day, she's getting good trips and she's not that fast.
And
so
everyone was a little bit lucky that filly you mentioned wasn't in the race.
I agree, and I'm not knocking her. She's been good in all her races. Won a wet track. She's won on 4 different surfaces, or 3 different surfaces. She's done very well, and I'm not criticizing her. We've seen slower horses, but is she that much faster than British Idiom?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
We will see. Pretty good barn to keep having her progress forward.
He's pretty good, that guy.
Meanwhile, Manny Franco, of course, Brad Cox. Manny Franco will be on this one here, this gray 6-year-old mare, who's won 4 times in her career, April Antics, and she will drop down in class and cut back in distance.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're dealing with a similar situation with her and Trade Secret, right? Running together. One of the things I looked at was when she and Trade Secrets met up in Saratoga, met in Saratoga on August 16th, where she beat Trade Secret, and this is the race. But this was a day the rail was very good, and April Antics came up the inside and split late, whereas Trade Secret was chasing outside the whole way. I don't think it's a substantial difference, but I do think it's a difference in trips, and it accounts for more than the margin at the end. And I kind of trust her a little more, but both of these horses have run at lower levels before.
Yeah, looking at that race, you mentioned that common race from August 16th at Saratoga, the pace wasn't particularly quick. So the horse that was the most forward in there, I'm going to kind of get a knock a little bit. That was Trade Secret. So I liked April Antics, who was trying to close into Trade Secret, who I thought got a nice trip.
3-1 right now. There's Manny Franco. He's been a regular pilot of late, including a win on this one back in July.
You know, and while Rudy Rodriguez has not produced strong numbers in a few years, actually, he's winning at least at 11%. Whereas the connections of April Antics, Oscar Barrera, is winning at 5%. And that is going to come into play on these horses' odds. And I think even though on paper they match up well, I think a lot of it has to do with connections to keep it for a shorter price.
Yeah. Here's hazardous humor, though, as we jump to the 7. Wayne Potts still taking a lot of money right now from that 4-1 morning line. And we had a couple of scratches, so the numbers were going to come down on everybody. And let's look back to the win.
I feel as though both the 3 and 4 have better races than this horse, and I'm going to guess that at least one of them will beat her. Having said that, she's coming off a win against similar company, but this division, this company gets a lot tougher when you have horses dropping down a little bit, like the 3 and 4. So I think it's a tougher field than last time.
The other tricky thing about Hazardous Humor is what to make of her, because she ran one of her best races last time with the trainer change, but she also got a setup. So which was it? Was it the setup that helped her out, or was it the trainer change, or was it both? And I think at a short price, I just would like to look elsewhere when I'm still just unsure about why she ran so well last time.
And again, as Andy said, the 3 and the 4 showing up. This is a tougher 16 claimer probably than she won against last time. Here's Joey the Fish still taking money from that 20-1 morning line.
Even if you thought she was competitive, and she's not, she comes from so far back that she's going to need a lot more pace, because this pace projects to be very slow, which helps the 4 and 7 and hurts her chances.
Carbon went by at a huge price. Here's April Annex.
She'll be a little closer than the 1, but the 4 and 7 might have a tactical edge.
Flavia Pratt on Trade Secrets.
I don't have a problem with her being favored. I just don't trust her at 8 to 5.
And then Hazardous Humor, we just talked about, coming off that win for Wayne Potts.
I think the fact that she's forward probably helps her a lot in this race, because it's one of those rare races where Timeform US has no speed at all.
2-1. Right now from that outside post, Jose Lescano for the Potts Barn. And the last couple of starts, look, she got off a little bit slow last start. She was actually a little further back last start. Then she got bumped, not necessarily her fault, 2 back. We'll see how she breaks today, but she gets the outside post to help with that.
Yeah, I always feel like horses that have shown some gait issues are better off when they can break on the far outside. Just nobody on their outside to encumber them. But that's, you know, this is not a race where there's a great deal to say. The only thing on the board right now is at these odds, the one's a takeout eliminator, because the one, it's very unlikely that Joey the Fish will be first or second here.
Let's go down to Maggie.
As we'll take a look at the 3 outside logical contenders here, and begin with April Antics, who does turn back in distance and takes a significant drop in class here. I do like the turn back for her. She's a bit of a smaller type. I shouldn't say bit of a smaller type. She's very much a smaller type, as she just, I think I would have to guesstimate that she's probably her own worst enemy, that she's kind of hard on herself in that she wears that hood. She's a bit of a nervous type who, you know, often doesn't carry her weight that well. And that's my biggest problem with her today. She is very relaxed for her. She's definitely in a good headspace, which I think is a positive thing. But overall, I do prefer, at least looking at them physically, the 4 and the 7, as we'll take a look at number 4, Trade Secret, who does stretch back out to this mile. And I think she's well suited to it. The race last time dominated, although fast fractions, dominated on the front end. She did make a little bit of a rally late, through the lane. I just wish she looked a touch better overall, but that is kind of her. She's never one that looks really healthy in her coat, but she is consistent at least, and I think there's something to be said about that. But I'm reluctantly taking the 7 in here, Hazardous Humor, who will stretch back out in distance, and as Andy said, she projects to be forward. She got a warm up indicating that Jose Lescano is likely to do that with her here. She looking at her, she's a little bit smaller, so she doesn't scream longer is better to me, but she just looks like the one who's doing best overall, in that really healthy coat to her, really good weight. So I do think she got the right setup last time. I totally agree with you guys on that front, but I just opted to take the horse that I thought looked as though they were doing the best overall. Greg?
All right, Maggie, thank you. Pick 4 pool, you see right there, nearing $60,000 here coming up. So Hazardous Humor open is the favorite and not far off of favoritism here. Second choice right now at 9 to 5. But again, this is going to be a tougher ask for this level after winning for $16,000 last start.
Yeah, I don't expect these odds to really change a lot. I mean, you look at the multi-race bets, and the 4 and 7 are similar prices. And once again, I think it's a combination, a little bit of the 7 winning last time, but also the lack of pace. And horses like the 4 and 7 may have a decided advantage in this race, depending on, you know, how aggressive other people are.
Well, there's Pratt, primed to get his first ever Eclipse Award in a couple of months' time. Riding for Rudy Rodriguez here coming up in this one. It's got to be forward here, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing about Flavian that I think we've all noticed and this year is that he's never going to take away a horse's weapon. And in this situation, it feels like Trade Secret needs to be forward. Has some pace figures that suggest that she can, be in the mix. And Flavion's just not one of those guys that's going to take a horse back and unnecessarily.
So we either are, the word is completely out and we've just missed something. Even money now in the 7.
Oh my gosh.
Which is shocking.
Yes.
I think more shocking than seeing 6 to 1 on the 1.
Yes. That's shocking.
Yeah. Makes
no sense. I'm not saying that she can't win.
Yeah, she certainly can.
She's not an even money shot.
But it doesn't feel like she's going to get the setup she got last time. It doesn't feel like the pace is going to be like supersonic in this situation.
No, it's the opposite.
Yeah.
But I think she's going to be closer because of that.
And the other thing too, I hate, and the Kentucky Derby and the Belmont taught me this lesson, is late running horses going longer is not a slam dunk. It's this idea that a late, a horse that was closing going 6 is going to suddenly love the mile. Elite Power, another horse that kind of taught me that lesson as well, thinking he was a horse that was going to love 7 furlongs. His best races were at 6.
His only loss was at 7.
Yeah.
And it's because the pace was slow. And,
Right.
and closers, deep closers that can sprint are always, I think, going to be better off at 6 just because the pace is rated to be faster.
Yeah.
It's a lot of times it's not distance as much as it's pace and dynamics, like 2 turns, 1 turn.
I personally wish, I'm curious what you feel, I personally would have been very interested to see Domestic Product run in the sprint. Based on, just the way that he runs.
It was a conversation that was had. As it turned out, they rated all the speeds or they didn't show up. So there was no pace in the race and the pace held together.
Yeah.
He would never have been able to win. I do think he would have been better going 6 because I think the mile ended up muting his closing kick as it turns out.
Yeah.
But as that race was run, he wouldn't have gotten the pace to close into, so I don't think it would have mattered.
Yeah, I agree.
If the pace developed on paper the way it looked. But Greg's horse, Skelly, taking a vacation day that day had a little something to do with the fact the pace was slower, right?
Yeah, I did give out the winner of that race.
Yes.
Skelly will always be considered to me as your horse, Greg. You have such love for him, but you did pick the winner.
He was my horse during the 7-race win streak. He was my horse.
All it did was led to aggravation of you for blowing the pick 5.
You liked Garhole better.
I did like Garhole better. This one, again, even money. Well, now 6 to 5 on Hazardous Humor. We're set for the 6th. Here's Chris Griffin.
And they're off. Trade Secret right to the front. It's Trade Secret who's got company from Carbon is towards the inside, the gray. On the far outside is going to be Hazardous Humor, and they line up once again as April Antics joins the early fray. Late runner Joey the Fish, as far back early, is going to let the front quartet press on, and they apply pressure to one another. Carbon is to the inside, and the red blinkers right to the outside. Trade Secret, they're 1-2. Just off of them comes Hazardous Humor, and now right in behind those leaders, April Antics, and Manny Franco is going to watch the action from 4th. Still a gap of about 10. Back to Francisco Martinez on Joey the Fish. 23 and 3 for the opening quarter mile, and Carbon is in front. It's Hernandez Moreno and Carbon up by a half length. Trade Secret and Flavien Prat just ranging up to the outside with less than a half mile to go now. 47 seconds flat for the half mile time. Under pressure towards the outside, Hazardous Humor starts to go, and here comes Hazardous Humor 3 wide. Quick look over his right shoulder from Pratt, and Trade Secret is now going to get the jump on Hazardous Humor, who hit the signal and now moves up towards the outside with still in there Carbon. These 3 trying to make hard work of it as April Antics is not cutting the margin yet as they get set to reach the top of the stretch. They haven't passed Carbon yet. Here comes Trade Secret, and now Trade Secret ready to pounce. Hazardous Humor is following that move, and April Antics was in behind the pace, is on the grandstand side. Any one of the 4 as Carbon still hangs in there. Hazardous Humor's now put a nose in front. Battling on still is Trade Secret towards the inside. Back to 3rd is going to be Carbon. Hazardous Humor took a second to push on by, but now Hazardous Humor will draw away and get the victory. It's Hazardous Humor who wins it, then Trade Secret. A photo, April Antics with Carbon in 1 minute 38 seconds flat.
Hazardous Humor runs to the attention she took on the tote board. Gets the win here. Wayne Potts, Jose Lezcano, back-to-back victories at the $16,000 level.
They knew. They knew.
I didn't.
I didn't either.
None of us did.
We're not included in they.
But I'm okay.
We're them.
Yeah, you know what? So it's like one of those situations where, like, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with the thought we had before, and I'm okay letting that horse beat me.
Yeah, I think the thing that's a little discouraging at times is the surprising the way the money shows up.
Was it even money for
how
a lot of the wages?
accurate the money frequently is. I'm not saying you couldn't like the 7. I have no issue with this horse winning the race, the way she won. And the money showed up. I'm almost wondering if it was negative money on the others that she would be favored, because I don't think they ran very well. I don't think the Trade Secret ran particularly well. April Antics did not run particularly well. She barely got up to beat Carbon at the end. In fact, I'm not even sure she did. I think she did, yeah.
The board kind of told you she was never going to lose.
Yes. And that is a little discouraging at times. You know, it's one thing to know a horse is going to be 4 to 5 and say I do or don't like this horse and it wins and beats you. Another thing to think a horse is probably supposed to be the 2nd or 3rd choice in the 5 to 2 to 3 to 1 range, and the horse is bet like iron and wins for fun.
6 to 5 in the end. 7, 4, 3, 2. Hazardous Humor. Back-to-back victories. This poor guy, you put in a day.
You really did.
Go get some rest now?
Guys, the train was very hard. You know, I went to see Wicked.
I'm just talking about the work you did here on set.
Oh, I've been working hard. I went to Wicked last night at 10 p.m.
Yeah.
So
You went to Wicked last night at 10 p.m.
Yeah.
10 p.m. show.
Sensational, by the way. And I'm not even a musical man, but it was.
Was this a private show for you?
No.
Okay.
No.
I saw the play.
I saw the play too. The movie's really good though, Andy.
I won't
You
be
like
seeing
a
it.
movie?
Oh.
Went to the play. I took my niece. I do not like musicals. It was fine though.
It's good.
It's very good. It's very good.
But I won't be seeing the movie.
We're going to be joined
but I'm
by
really excited for you that you went.
Mig
Really am.
saying goodbye to this
Not
guy.
jealous at all, by the way, at all.
Good to see you for a bit.
You guys
When are you back?
Tomorrow. I think every day this weekend.
Okay.
I hope. Yeah. I think so.
Short timeout. We'll return.
You staying here just so you don't have any more problems in the train? I mean,
Sleep over there on
They
the
really
floor.
just send. I can't believe they don't have like a private train for you, a special.
We're looking into it now.
Yeah, we'll figure that out. We'll get on there.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back again. Mig going to be stepping in for JK right after this. And that man right there added a few more grade 1s to his incredible Hall of Fame resume. We'll talk about his year when we come back. Johnny V.
The son of Run Happy, Nutella Fella, has won the hopeful.
Rodney is widening the margin now. It's going to be Rodney to win the Affirmed Success.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Back with you on our Friday coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Brought to you where you can play it all at Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Public was all over it. Hazardous Humor at several points. Got down to even money. Winds up winning at 6-5 as the favorite. And back-to-back wins now for the Wayne Potts barn after being claimed 3 starts ago.
Jonathan Kinchin was so annoyed by this horse winning at 6-5 that he left.
Well, he got the right trip. He's in good form. Feels like he took a big step forward, though, doesn't it?
And he's a she.
Well,
You're taking my role. I'm the one who calls she's
I
he's.
just got back in. Cut me a little slack.
No. Why would I possibly ever do that?
And what did I say to you, Andy, midway through this race?
Oh, you said to me this race is over. Yeah, you didn't even like this horse, and you said to me this horse. I said, are you so sure? And you said, yeah, this horse is going to win. You're right.
She ran well.
So, yeah, 5-year-old mare, back-to-back wins now, $4.40 for the win. Modest pick 3, halfway through this pick 6 carryover.
Yes.
So some work to do if you want this to pay.
Yeah, this pick 6 right now, as they say, everyone's alive in the pick 6. I think this is a race that could bust it up a little bit because I do think both of the horses that'll be the shortest prices, both the 3 and 7, are vulnerable. We'll see how much the 8th can bust it up, depending on who you like in there. I don't have a clever idea. I went somewhat chalky in the last, but this race could bust it up, I think, a little bit.
Yeah, the 3 and the 7, they both are we get stories behind them both for sure. The 7th race, 7/8 of a mile. New York bred entry-level allowance, My Magic Wand, her second career start, coming off a huge leap forward in a big number. Can she reproduce it against winners? And then one of, for better or worse, one of the more fascinating runners on the circuit right now in geopolitics, who has produced so many big races but took forever to win, had those 5 runner-up finishes, then finally wins by 10 lengths, but not jumping forward with a different kind of figure, running the same kind of race.
Right, and I think a lot of people talk about the blinkers, some are making a difference. I think she's a favorite to finish closer to the outside rail than she is to the inside rail. Yeah. The blinkers, she got to win, as you say, because the field she was running against was hopeless. And she's a horse that likes to get out badly, and really badly last time.
Yeah, she does, but I actually think, and it sounds counterintuitive, the outside post actually helps her because she's a horse that then it allows the rider to play with her a little bit and get her in hand. If she's down inside and he's got to get into a fight with her right away, then she's going to really try to get out the whole way. I actually think the outside post is a benefit to her.
I get it, and she can certainly win here. Sure. Her last race was awful.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
and
she
for someone,
was awful.
Yeah, even with all those seconds, who probably should have won before that. She was very consistently running the same type of race.
Right.
Massive backwards move last time out. Meanwhile, John Velasquez, he'll be on the kind of up-and-coming filly in here, My Magic Wand, and with only almost half the mounts as some of the big names out there. Another incredible year for the Hall of Famer. 8th in earnings, just shy of $16 million in earnings. Grade 1s in the Travers with Fierceness, and then in the Breeders' Cup Sprint, which could have been a tricky race to ride with all that speed lined up, and a speedster in Straight No Chaser, but they sit off and win.
Yeah, worked out a nice trip sitting just off the pace and got it done. And the thing that I'm always in awe of with Johnny more than anything else is physically how I see no deterioration in his physical skills. And as you get older, it's harder to maintain that. His legs are still rock solid.
I feel the same way. I've never had the physical skills, and I have none now. But he was helped by the draw in this race, and by the fact that the one speed in the race that drew outside of him, Skelly, was a complete no-show. And from there, it was a good example of why being the outside speed in a race with a lot of speed can obviously work in your favor. And by the way, Greg picked this horse, in case anybody's wondering.
Well, I gave it out on Naira Bets
Greg
for everyone.
Really
just trying to help.
I just want to make sure everybody knows.
But did you expect him to come from just off the pace, or did you think he was going to try to?
I thought the speed.
I thought he could. No, I thought he could. Skelly was the speed of the speed going in.
No,
right? I know. I realized what happened.
I wasn't sure. It's funny. I didn't have a good feel for this race.
Okay.
You obviously did.
but no, listen, it was good handicapping, but he got the right trip, and that's Johnny Velasquez. He delivers those kind of trips.
That's a
right?
good
He
horse.
puts him in the position.
I remember when he made his return here. I don't know if it was the Carter or maybe it was like the Tom Fool. And I remember he ran like 4th out of 5. But we all sort of said he's a lot better horse than I think he didn't break, and he kind of rushed up in the race.
He showed in that Maryland race how much talent he had, and then we didn't see him for a long time.
Right, the Maryland race was a brilliant race by him. It might even be better than the race he ran the Breeders' Cup, frankly. And I remember, and I'm glad to see him get back and get the win for Dan Blacker.
Yeah, well, I was going to say we'd be remiss not to talk about Dan Blacker, who's just done a tremendous job with this horse and does a tremendous job in general. He's just a really good horseman, somebody that worked here for Tom Albatrani, then he worked for Richard Mandel out in California before striking out on his own.
And these fast sprinters like him, they're the ones that are most prone to having issues because they almost go too fast for their own good, and he's done well keeping them together.
Yeah, so congratulations, to Connections with that victory. Again, Johnny V is going to be on my magic wand coming up in this race ahead. Of course, he had another big win over the summer, back-to-back, proving, Fierceness could put him together, and then did it again in the Breeders' Cup running huge, albeit in defeat, but with the Jim Dandy and Travers, put some questions to rest, finally winning those back-to-back starts.
Putting back-to-back good efforts, showing fight, particularly in the Breeders' Cup. We've seen this in the past too, horses gaining more in defeat than they do in victory. It's kind of interesting, right? The debate right now is who's 3-year-old champion? Is it Sierra Leone? Is it Fierceness? I was thinking about something last night. What if Fierceness wound up running in the Malibu and winning? Does that help the resume? No? Pretty much the votes are in. Right?
That's a non sequitur. It's not going to happen. But I hear what you're saying. But I think there's an argument that people are missing in this. At the end of the day, Sierra Leone won the race. You had to win when these two matched up for them to win. He's going to be 3-year-old champion. And it's very close. I'm not going to fight with somebody that says I could see Fierceness. They're very good. And I love the fact that it's a rivalry and they're both coming back next year. I think that's the most important thing because there's a lot of back and forth. I think if you're going to say, and it's a fair enough argument, that Sierra Leone benefited from a quick pace in the Breeders' Cup, and that helped him, and it hurt Fierceness.
Sure.
And you're going to say, I think Fierceness ran the better race. And this is an argument I make quite often myself, and I think it's very, very close between the two. But I think if you're going to make that argument, why aren't the same people suggesting that maybe Sierra Leone ran the better race in the Travers, where it was a dawdling pace, and Fierceness had the best of it, and Sierra Leone only lost by 1.5 lengths. What's good for one has to matter to the other one. I think what you have is two very evenly matched horses, and like a Sunday Silence easy goer, Sunday Silence had the advantage as Fierceness does because he's got the speed, and Sierra Leone's going to be a victim much more often, the way easy goer kind of was sometimes.
I think it's a very fair point about the pace in the Travers and the pace in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Because I'm one of the people of the opinion that Fierceness actually ran the better race in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Now, maybe Sierra Leone ran the better race in the Travers because of the lack of pace. Does the fact that the only horse to defeat Torpedo Anna, which I think we're probably all in full agreement will be Horse of the Year, was Fierceness, does that strengthen his case for 3-year-old champion?
No.
I don't think it
I think him running 15th in the Derby while Sierra Leone finished a nose behind, I think it really strengthens the case more than that for Sierra Leone.
Okay.
Because if you take the two single biggest races of the year, which both of them were in, one of them Sierra Leone lost by a nose and Fierceness finished in Lexington.
Yeah, he was a no-show.
A no-show. And as you go to the Breeders' Cup Classic, Sierra Leone won the race on the racetrack. I am a believer in the best horse doesn't always win, but one thing I will acknowledge, winning matters for awards.
Oh, of course it does,
100%.
I just was thinking about it rolling around my head, and I have no dog in the fight. It matters no which way to me at all. I just thought, they're going to give Torpedo Anna Horse of the Year, the only horse to beat her. Gets beat for 3-year-old of the year, and
it
the
may wind up
resumes
being
are close.
closer than we think because it is fun. But as Andy said, I think the best thing that comes out of it, and it's great.
I love the argument. The argument's great fun.
Important to have these Eclipse
the
Awards and a night to celebrate racing, but we're going to get to hopefully settle this on the racetrack again next year.
And we've seen what rivalries do for our game. It gets people's attention.
Right. The idea of them matching up in the Middle East and then coming for the Whitney and meeting in Saratoga, you're already excited about it, thinking about it.
And
it is exciting.
This is why I love working with these guys more than anyone, because this was a John Velasquez conversation, but it's morphed into something else. Let's take a look at another one of...
Maybe if we started on something else, we could have ended up on Johnny.
We'll just kill the rest of this segment. But anyway, Johnny V had another great year. He'll be on my magic wand, the 3, coming up. 6-5, current favorite. We'll be back with more after this.
Liam's Map a 2-time Grade 1 winner with 6 consecutive triple-digit buyers, including a 114 to win the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. He's already taking the lead as a sire with Grade 1 winners Basin, Wicked Whisper, Colonel Liam, and Juju's Map, plus multiple 6-figure yearling sales and 2-year-old sales up to $1.2 million. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Liam's Map, only at Lane's End.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Saratoga's world-renowned GMP farm is up for sale. You heard right. This state-of-the-art equine rehabilitation facility will be up for absolute auction with no reserve. The auction includes Sacred Spa and Wellness, a full-service med spa, custom training track, and luxury residence, all on 84 pristine acres, just minutes from downtown Saratoga Springs. It's all up for absolute auction with no reserve. Saturday, December 7th, 11 a.m. Eastern at the property. For more information, visit us online at DeCaraAuctions.com.
You don't need to be a math whiz to interpret the numbers associated with Freud. His runners have earned more than $73 million. Turf runners earning more than $27 million of that total, and he sired 74 black-type winners. No wonder sequel owner Becky Thomas thinks of him as royalty.
He's the king in New York because he is a royally bred son of Stormcat, the foal to Giants Causeway, impeccable pedigree.
The New York State Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund has paid out nearly $4 million in Stallion Awards to the syndicate that owns Freud, and breeders have been rewarded with more than $9.2 million in award money through 2023. Thanks to sequel Stallion manager taking a new approach with Freud, he is even more professional now in the breeding shed than he was in the past.
We also did change the method of breeding with him. Instead of the chain, we actually breed him with a bit. He is sensitive in his mouth a bit more than the youngsters, and that actually made a big difference as well in the shed.
Back with you on our Friday coverage. For more information on the New York Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund, go to nybreds.com.
Wolfie's starting trouble over here on the desk.
Race 7. Here we go. So again, Johnny V's mount here, this 3-year-old filly, My Magic Wand. She looked magical last time out in a huge performance gate-to-wire win. With more, let's head downstairs. Back with us, Acacia Clement.
We'll start there, Greg, with My Magic Wand. And as Andy can, I'm sure, expound on, she was really taking advantage of a track where inside speed was what you wanted last time out. But that being said, she did win quite impressively in her second start. And looking at her in the paddock here today, making just the third start of her career, she's still carrying quite a bit of conditioning, though she has a couple of races under her belt. But she's strong as well. And for sprinters, I don't mind that as much. Now, she does have to stretch out a bit to the 7 furlongs. There is some size to her. She's by a gun runner, and she was purchased out of that maiden score. So if she's able to extend that speed to 7 furlongs, I don't see any reason why she should not. But she is more lightly raced, as she does face some others who all have some question marks in here, but she is giving up some seasoning. Now, taking a look at the number 5, Aunt Yola, I'm of the opinion that she did actually improve when switching to
to the grass. And that's in large part because I just, from her physical makeup, prefer her running on the turf. She's one that she's weaker behind. She doesn't carry a lot of substance and conditioning in her hind end, which we often talk about is the way horses push themselves forward. That's where their power comes from. And especially with horses on the main track, sometimes those that are lighter, more angular in their build have an easier time pushing off on the turf. It can often just be a kinder surface overall. Now, she didn't run poorly, actually ran a couple of good races early on in her career, including behind 5-2, her now stablemate who won earlier on the card. But that being said, like I mentioned, I physically prefer her on the turf. Now, she has strengthened up a little bit for her standards, but we'll see what she can do getting back to the main track. The number 7, Geopolitics, I think it's just one that's tough to trust. She does wear that extension blinker where her right eye is fully covered. It did not help her with the drifting last time out, and she was getting out on Joel Rosario pretty early in the race. Now, Miss Lau came up the inside, and she certainly has some ability, but this filly was a very short price, and she's one that you just wonder how genuine she is. She's on her toes going out. If she can keep a straight course, I would imagine she's going to be forward with the likes of My Magic Wand in here. The biggest question with her, though, Greg, is if she can keep from drifting out off that rail.
Well, she was the 1990s version of the Buffalo Bills until she finally broke her maiden. We'll see what happens. Here's Spirit of Esther.
Yeah, Spirit of Esther does have the win last time on the dirt, but this looks to be a little tougher.
Scarlet's Dream would buy. We'll get back to blinkers on. Here's My Magic Wand.
It was a gold rail last time, which I think dressed up her performance, but I don't want to take away the fact that she ran better than it looks in her debut, and she's the horse to beat.
Carol T with Katie Davis.
Yeah, step forward last time. That was a nice effort from her. Can she repeat it?
Getting back on dirt, first time 4 starts, Aunt Yola.
I think this horse's dirt form's a little better than it looks. So this is a rare horse that looks to improve on turf. I'm going to take on dirt.
There's Gregorian Solo, biggest price on the board.
Yeah, broke her maiden for maiden 30, and now in allowance race, this is much tougher.
And after 5 consecutive seconds, finally won, but then a massive move backwards last start for Geopolitics.
You got a lot more heart than me if you're going to give her another chance. At least she's not the favorite right now, though she's close to it. I just don't trust this filly even under the best of circumstances.
Well, back to My Magic Wand. So here she is, start number 2. She looked, obviously, as you said, an aided racetrack that afternoon, but she looked pretty good doing it.
You know something, I was curious about this. Now, I don't know. I think this horse has been purchased since her last race, right? She's running for Reeves Thoroughbreds. Those are the red oak. Those are look like the red oak silks.
They are
right?
red oak silks.
Yeah. So I had noticed that the Reeves Thoroughbred owned her, and I was thinking, well, Greg Sacco never trained for them in the past, so it's been a private purchase. So I like to be a little bit distracted. She rode a gold rail in this race, which, in my opinion, makes her performance look a lot better than it actually was. Not to say she can't win.
Yeah, the Brunetti family, I think, have been dispersing a lot of their horses. Reeves Thoroughbreds picks up this one. She's framing up beautifully on the track, but she's very lightly raced, and like you said, she was aided by the racetrack last time.
But still, I mean, I think her debut was okay. She had a little trouble in there, and I don't think she ran that badly while finishing well behind Geopolitics. I don't have an big argument against her. I just can't take favorites that are coming off of races I think are dressed up by a track bias, which is why I took the 5.
And now she's got to do it against winners.
Right.
And probably improve again off that, because there's...
Well... Yeah. I think if she runs the figure she ran her last race, she's probably going to win. Unless Geopolitics decides to show up today, which I suppose is possible.
I mean, Geopolitics has several, and here she is, several races that are faster than anyone in this field. But just, I mean, 5 seconds, 7 starts, and more concerning than any of that is the last start.
I find the last start to be the biggest problem for her. And, you know, it's one of these things that, as a handicapper and in discussions of races, it often comes up and somebody says, I'm going to forgive the last start. And my response is, why? If you can make a case, the horse was wide, the rail was good, was on the rail was bad, the pace was slow, and so you want to give me a reason. Otherwise, just coming up and saying, I'm going to forgive the last start. Well, why? The horse ran, unless you have a real reason. And I don't want it to be, I think she wasn't feeling well that day. It might have been the case,
that's all
but
speculation. We don't know that, right? We're guessing. Is it possible at that point Bill Mott's barn was just not running well? Things weren't breaking right for him, although he had a lot of seconds.
They had a lot of seconds.
Yeah.
I mean,
but this was a massive change from how she had proven to be able to run.
And the way she ran, the drifting out.
It was a slow pace. Maybe she's horse is better going a little faster.
Maybe. And listen, they got to get 7 today. And that's another situation, I think. But she has been effective. She broke her maiden going 7. The other problem with her is, let's say the board is right. Now, I've picked the 5. I think the 5 is interesting. I think the 4 is not impossible. Let's say the board is right, and this is sort of 2-horse race.
Mm-hmm.
You don't ever want geopolitics in a 2-horse race because you feel like she's the faint-hearted one that's ready to lose that fight, don't you?
They don't accumulate that many seconds for no reason.
Right.
Yeah.
She's lost at some crazy short prices in her career.
Let's go to Acacia.
Well, just to clarify on the 3, my magic wand, as I mentioned back in the paddock, yes, she was purchased off the back of that maiden win from the estate, from the Brunetti estate. But this is not the first horse that Greg Sacco has had for the Reeves Thoroughbred Racing. That Crazy Mason together last year, who won at Tampa, was purchased off the back of an impressive maiden win as well, from winning at Saratoga. So not the first time this team is pairing up. But we'll take a look at the number 4, Carol T, who did run very well last time out. Is she consistent? No, she definitely is not. She was off a little bit slow last time too and moved up gradually, and I thought just missed behind My Bronx Baby, who actually came back to win yesterday at a short price as well and has been in tremendous form recently. And as far as Carol T is concerned, she's carrying very good weight and conditioning for her. She warmed up well out there. I don't necessarily trust her, but I do wonder, with the pace of My Magic Wand and with the pace of geopolitics, if maybe it could set up for a horse like Carol T. And Aunt Yola had a very aggressive form up out there on the track. So Carol T looks like she's doing well. Hopefully she comes running late. We'll see if it's enough in the stretch. Greg?
All right, Acacia, thank you. 4 to 5 now on My Magic Wand. Interesting.
Yeah. Well, they're seeing the blowout win with the 80 buyer. She does project to be the speed in this race. I guess that's sort of the sexy kind of horse to take, like us. A lot of people obviously don't trust the 7 for good reason and don't like the others. For me, I don't trust the 7, but also I think the 3's last performance is massively dressed up by what was an extremely strong track bias. That was a period of time here that was really exaggerating.
And Mig, I understand geopolitics is drawn outside, but doesn't Joel Rosario have to be aggressive with her?
Well, he's got a long run down the backstretch. I think he just gets out of her way. Be a good passenger the first 3/16 of a mile. Let her run down the middle of the track. You've got so much time before the turn before you start getting in a fight with her, because she does want to drift out. And then he can kind of play with her and I think get her in. She is the speed, isn't she? Unless the 3 outruns her.
Three's based on her last race might be quicker.
Well, especially because she's drawn outside, right? So Joel's not going to have a sense of urgency.
I don't think Joel's going to miss her when he goes to California this winter.
No, I don't think so either.
She's shown, look, even with the 5 seconds, she's shown the most ability of anybody in this field, but that was a race where she just sort of dropped off a cliff in terms of the figures she'd been running. Just wasn't competitive to what she'd been doing in the past. So we'll see if she can rebound here. And throw in the mix, too. Now she's on and off track for the first time. So what will we get?
It'd be interesting. She should be, like I said, be able to just go straight for a ways. I agree. The 3 probably outruns her, but she sits a good trip.
Forwardly placed horses are usually okay on wet tracks.
Here we go. 7th from Aqueduct. Chris Griffin, the call.
Gregorian solos in. Geopolitics. Geopolitics. Is in. All set. And they're off. Heart sent from the rail is Spirit of Esther, wants to be in the early mix, but Geopolitics is Quizzics. It's Geopolitics, who's up by 3/4 of a length. Mild pressure here from My Magic Wand is content to sit right there, moves immediately to the outside. They're the top two. It's Geopolitics in front. My Magic Wand applies the pressure, now within a neck of the lead. Spirit of Esther is at the rail, is in third. Joined towards the outside here in fourth is Scarlet's Dream. Shoved along is Aunt Yola, trying to make up the ground from fifth, is 3.5 off the leaders. Second to last is Carol T in the trailer. Gregorian Solo, 22 seconds flat for that pressured opening quarter mile. Geopolitics takes him into the far turn. My Magic Wand is sitting right there to the outside, has the outside path, is chasing the leader, and the two favorites are trying to get away from Spirit of Esther, who's alone in third, starts to cut into the margin. Geopolitics keeps going. Geopolitics is up front, is trying to widen here on My Magic Wand as they start to put some distance between the rest of the field. Running on is Aunt Yola from the back, and Spirit of Esther battles on at the rail. Also, late momentum here from Carol T. Geopolitics and a very stubborn My Magic Wand's going to try one more time, and here comes My Magic Wand to the outside. Geopolitics is now back to second. My Magic Wand drifting out just a touch, but My Magic Wand kept her task, and My Magic Wand, a hard-fought victory. Geopolitics second, Carol T and Spirit of Esther in 1 minute 24.47 seconds.
Well, Geopolitics was quick. She got to the front, but doing what she usually does. 6th runner-up finish now in 8 starts. It's My Magic Wand, back-to-back victories.
Yeah, ran a good race. Was on the hard chase, got outrun by Geopolitics, got to her outside. Johnny Velasquez got floated wide by Geopolitics and Joelle Rosario. She always tries to get out, but nice effort here to follow up her maiden score.
Yeah, no, I agree. And, you know, maybe it almost helped her that Joelle was sort of aggressive with the 7, and you were right, Greg. She sort of had more speed than her. She's able to set up shop outside of her. That can be a dicey proposition as Geopolitics is bearing out on the turn. But at the end of the day, the thing about Geopolitics is she showed up, and she still found a way to be second best.
Gets checks. I mean, she's a great owner's horse. She keeps collecting money, but
I just don't trust her.
God, you want to find the winner's circle more often than how many 6 seconds now from 8 starts.
And I mean, offered no resistance here in the stretch. It was over.
Yeah,
but
the winner might be pretty good.
Yeah,
too.
I was just going to say that. Yeah, it could be very good. We'll see. 4 to 5. My Magic Wand. So John Velasquez, Gregory Sacco, Reeves, Thoroughbred Racing have acquired a pretty good one, it looks like.
Yeah, daughter of Gunrunner. He's been a terrific sire, and New York bred here gets it done. And Johnny Velasquez, again, I marvel at how rock solid his legs stay. That's the first thing you notice for the rider. I know my legs weren't the same the last few years of my career, and I watch riders that still win and are very successful. They just don't have the same length strength. Johnny looks like it's the same rider I saw 20 years ago.
3, 7, 4, 1, the 4 to 5 favorite. My Magic Wand handing Geopolitics another runner-up finish. We'll have the prices when we come back. Look ahead to a big one still on our calendar in our very near future. Cigar Mile, and look who's most likely headed here. Bookham Dano, Grade 1 winner of the Woody Stevens. Stay with us.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 44 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sales sire at the September sale. Curlin, the classic sire.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Thanks for being with us on this Friday afternoon. Program brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. My Magic Wand, impressive in the 7th. Back-to-back victories now. Race in the 2nd and 3rd starts of her career for this gunrunner filly for Gregory Sacco.
Sharp-looking filly, really well put together. Nice hind end on her. And I see Greg Sacco is winning it better than 20% this year, coming to New York and get a win.
So John Velasquez on board for the victory. $3.90 for the win. Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
I'm very happy to be joined by Greg's son and assistant, Will, who's overseeing the New York division here for the winter. Will, well done. Has to be exciting to see this filly win like that.
Yes, it was nice to see her beat winners for the first time. And Johnny and I, we kind of talked in the paddock, and we knew the 7 had a lot of speed. My Magic Wand, she went to the lead last time. Kind of thought we would have to take back off the 7, and she did. And it was nice to see her kind of be, she can go to the lead, she can set off the pace. It was nice to see her pass all the tests today.
And she's a big, solid filly. Can you talk a little bit just about how she's come along and how she's progressed? Like you said, now kind of going through her conditions pretty quickly.
Yeah, we actually had her in Tampa with my dad, and she had a little minor issue, and she had a lot of talent. And we kind of said, we're going to wait and kind of run her in Saratoga. She missed the break that day. And then we tried to get her in against New York Breds, Racing and Go, but we believed in her, so we ran her against Open Company. She won, and now she's back against New York Breds, and she beat winners. So we're just happy to have her, and happy to have her from Mr. Reeves, and we'll keep on going with her this winter.
Yeah, very exciting, filly, especially being a New York bred. And like I said, you're overseeing the New York winter string here. Has training always been a passion for you? Obviously, it's in your blood.
Yeah, I mean, when I'll be on my own, I'll be a 3rd-generation horse trainer, and growing up in the business, I've always loved it, and it's great to be with family. It's great to be with the horses, and it's a great game, and I'm happy to be a part of it.
Something we can't escape, right? Well, congratulations. Well done to the team.
Thank you very much.
Will Sacco doing a great job overseeing the family's string here in New York, and we'll get a chance to see him throughout the winter, Greg.
Yeah, thank you, Acacia. They have a pretty talented filly on their hands here. One on 2 different types of surfaces as well. And say what you want about Geopolitics, still able to beat, one who's been pretty good.
Geopolitics is a good horse.
Yeah.
She's just kind of her own worst enemy. In this case, I think she just ran to a horse that just ran a little better. That's happened to her way too often to just give her excuse after excuse. But the winner of this race is okay.
Yeah, but she's banging on $200,000 in earnings with all those seconds. So, again, great owner's horse, probably frustrating for the rider and the trainer.
Very good race coming up next. This 8th, our feature, 1-turn mile, New York bred allowance optional claiming field. And it's Mighty Atlas, who is opened as the favorite and who was a winner of a common race that the top 3 finishers all returned from back on September 28th.
I think they're the 3 horses in here. I hate to just sort of land on the obvious, but the advantage that Mighty Atlas has is that he wins. And Shadow Dragon and Bourbon Chase, I mean, he is a confirmed hanger. He is a horse that does not finish. I think what may help him a little bit is cutting back to a mile from a 1 1/8 last time. But, man, he just hangs on the money time and time again. He's not unlike Geopolitics. He makes a lot of money. He's talented. He just doesn't win.
Shadow Dragon, a little bit of the same?
Yeah, a little bit. Not to the degree, I think, as Bourbon Chase with those 2 wins, 9 seconds. But, yeah, a little bit.
Shadow Dragon kind of leaves himself too much to do. Bourbon Chase gets there, and then he goes, nah, I've passed enough horses for now.
Interesting race. A lot of, I thought there were a lot of ways to go. Colloquy, I know, going to be facing tougher.
Can he get out of the gate?
Yeah, we'll find out.
Yeah.
And then even Engineer Empire, usually a really bad race off the bench and takes a huge leap forward.
I like the cutback for him. There's 2 things I don't like. One is that the Clement numbers with dirt horses and routes off layoffs are very good. And the other problem that I have with him is, let's say he needed his race off the layoff. Now he's in a good spot outside stalking speed. I still don't know if he's good enough to win this race. Even if he runs his best race, I feel like there's too many horses that may be a little faster, though I agree with Greg, he may run better today.
We'll talk more about it coming up. Going to break. Talked about this guy. Bookham Dano's been very good. New Jersey bred, Grade 1 winner, and pointing to the Cigar Mile in early December.
I'm a big fan of this horse. I just like him. He's tough. He shows up. He's a good horse.
I love Bookham Dano. I like the connections are a lot of fun. They're having fun with him. For people interested, he has entered Monday in Mahoning in their big sprint, but we expect him to end up scratching and be running here. I'm curious about something, and Acacia, I'm sure, knows the answer because she knows everything. And this time I'll listen if she gives the answer. Is they sold 25% of Bookham Dano, I believe, recently at the sales in Kentucky, and I'm wondering what they got for that 25%. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't know as well, but it's
gelding.
Probably a smart thing, though, right? You always want to take some money off the table, and you're still in with a big percentage.
Yeah, and I'm sure they've gotten offers to sell him. I'm sure they have because he's so talented, and he is a gelding, so his residual value is zero. But the guys are having such a great time with him that the money is almost secondary.
He's a once-in-a-lifetime horse.
But
absolutely.
Yeah, and the fact they ran him in the King's Bishop when they could have run for the same money in a race down at Charlestown, I think they have made it very
formerly
clear.
Known as,
yeah, that they're but they formerly known as
Alan Jerkins.
Oh, did I call it the King's Bishop? Right. Sorry. Richie and I are old. They're game. They've gone, and I thought he got. I didn't think it was Irad's best ride in the Perryville.
Okay.
It's a fun field we're looking at lining up.
Good field coming together, isn't it?
And just to bookends on Bookham Dano, first or second 9 of 10 career starts, Grade 1 winner, coming off a defeat, though, in a Grade 3 at Keeneland.
Yeah,
Walked, very interesting, right? Off what he did coming off the long layoff.
I think he's terrific. I think he'll be the horse to beat in there. I also think Locked is very dangerous, and I'm having a moment. There's another horse that we saw in the probables that I find very interesting as well.
But this was first start back since the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, where he finished third behind his stablemate Fierceness. So we hadn't seen him since November 3rd. 7.5 length dominant victory, Mig.
Yeah, this was a really nice effort. I mean, he was best. He drew away. I love how he had his legs under him coming to the wire. Sometimes horses win by big margins just because everybody else's stride's deteriorating. His stride was not deteriorating.
I love to see him come back and build on the promise that he had shown as a 2-year-old, because he was a horse that it was regrettable that he was sort of left out by injury from the 3-year-old races, because he's obviously very, very good. And I'm thrilled to see him back and hope he does well. He's a talented horse. It'll get tougher, but I wouldn't discount him. No, the other horse I was going to mention is Post Time.
Yes, Post Time, the runner-up in the mile.
Is one of the cooler horses from 2024.
Really like him.
But Locked, we're hoping. This was, he was sort of the horse before Fierceness, wasn't he? I mean, this was the one we thought, was going to maybe give us that kind of performance in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Fierceness was brilliant. Fierceness has a brilliance that Post Time has never shown, but agreed, this horse is good.
So we look forward to it. That'll be coming up early December. We're going to take a timeout. Bill Mott, Junior Alvarado. Had some big ones, especially recently. Cody's Wish comes to mind.
Good combination.
And Shadow Dragon, they'll team up with again. Shadow Dragon has been runner-up quite often, including the last few starts. We'll see if he can get over the hump today to get his 3rd career win. Stay with us.
Introducing a Stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 Grade 1s, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Spire speed figures, a 3-time Grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on Naira Bets. Open your Naira Bets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the Naira Bets app to start using Fast Facts today.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Gunrunner, sire of a champion 2-year-old. He is the sire of 10 Grade 1 winners and 13 individual millionaires. With $10 million yearlings in 2024, he is the sire of a first crop classic winner. He ranks number 2 on the general sire list. Grade 1 winning millionaire gun pilot, new to Three Chimneys.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Here comes the formidable Flat Out on the far outside. Groupie Dog crying out for running room as the field turns for home. And it is Private Zone trying to gut it out for another eighth of a mile as Flat Out continues to bear down on the outside. Clearly now third toward the rail. They're coming to the finish. And here comes Flat Out, who's full out and on by to take the lead as they come to the wire. It's Flat Out to win the Cigar Mile.
2013 Cigar Mile, Junior Alvarado, Bill Mott, and Flat Out.
How do you not love a turn back? And I tell you something, Flat Out is one of those horses, if you're relatively new in the game, look him up. Because he was a warrior who danced all these dances, great with Scooter Dickey trained him, and then Bill Mott took him over, and a tremendous, tremendous performer. And he was cutting back for this race off the Breeders' Cup Classic, and this was when we instituted bonuses in the Cigar Mile for winning Grade 1s and running the Breeders' Cup, which is one of the reasons that Bill Mott ran in the race and got the money.
Yeah, a horse that had already proven himself at longer distances, and the turnback just intensified his closing kick. He was honest. He showed up, and I really was a big fan of this horse.
Well, those same connections, Junior and Bill Mott, they'll team up with this one right here, Shadow Dragon, who, at one point showed so much promise. Looked like he was going to be a really, really good horse. He's still pretty good, but he's starting to pile up a lot of second-place finishes because, as you said, he does come from very far back.
It's just a tricky horse for Junior to ride because he doesn't have any speed, and I think if he asked him to do something he doesn't want to do, it probably wouldn't work out. A lot of these horses that build as seconds and thirds are deeper closers.
It's remarkably consistent, though. I mean, he runs his race, doesn't he?
Yep.
Mighty Atlas, the 7. That's your favorite right now. Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
And we'll start there with the 2 for Mike Maker. Mighty Atlas getting the win over a couple of other horses in here, including Shadow Dragon finishing second that day. And Mighty Atlas one who was not the quickest out of the gate last time out. There you could see Ricardo Santana, who was aboard that day, really kind of hustling him, trying to get into contention. But I thought that ran a very good race that day. He has some positional speed. He can kind of sit stalking like he did last time out. And I think 2 starts back when they tried to get aggressive with him, it was to try and extend his speed. He's just not built like a horse that wants to go the mile in an eighth. Definitely a miler. He looks tremendous in here. Super coat, incredibly athletic looking, just handling everything really well. And even though he won this condition last time out, he's in for the claiming tag today. So he has the opportunity to come back and do it again. And he just seems like a horse that is doing well right now, handles a wet track clearly, and one that could potentially take advantage of that yet again. The other one for Mike Maker is the 2 Bourbon Chase, a horse that I've always had some questions about with him maybe just lacking a little bit of energy sometimes in the preliminaries, or lacking a little bit of focus as well, just being kind of a little lackadaisical throughout. And I had noticed recently, at least seeing him a couple races back, that he had perked up quite a bit more, and he's much more alert in the paddock today, which I do appreciate, especially as he does cut back in distance a bit as well from the mile and an eighth try last time out, in which he broke well and couldn't clear and was actually wide throughout in that race. And so I thought, well, he was second best to Coinage, who wired the field. I thought really was a solid effort from Bourbon Chase, and I like the mile much better for him too. He's not a winning type either. He's got those 9 seconds to that 2 wins and 3/3 as well. So maybe lacks a little bit of that punch. Maybe it is that intensity, that kind of dominance, that herd dominance that you hope to see. Now, the number 6, Choose a Crowd. I know the big question is that 86 buyer speed figure that he ran last time out legit, and can he repeat it? That was going a mile and an eighth as well, and he was a horse that had been running sprinting headlong on the turf and then switching to the main track and winning at a price at a mile, a few back. Now, I would think, looking at him physically, he's actually one that's trending in the right direction, so that could back up that figure last time. I like the mile better physically for him as well. I thought those races 2 and 3 back were strong, and again, while coinage wired last time, I thought he ran pretty well, and with that gaudy figure, the big question is, can he back it up? But I like the way that this horse has continued to trend for those Bookham Dano connections. Greg?
All right, Acacia, thank you. Post-parade here coming up. Bourbon Chase right now has moved to favorite to 2, Dylan Davis and Mike Maker.
He runs fast figures consistently. His last 6 races have all been solid speed figures. The problem is he won the first one, then he lost by a half length, 3-1, 3/4 to 7-5, 5-2, 3/4, 8 to 9-5, even money last time. He just doesn't win.
With Brew Pub, his last race, does that put him at least on the outside in the mix?
He has back races that give him a chance here. He's just got to find that form. I don't trust the Finger Lakes form to be improved on here.
So here again, Bourbon Chase, Dylan Davis.
Yeah, listen, he runs consistently fast, like Andy said, but 2 wins, 9 seconds is a moment for pause.
Cable Ready showed some promise on dirt as a 2-year-old.
Not enough to make him competitive here. He'd have to improve on his improved turf form. I don't get him.
5-1, Flavian Pratt on Colloquy.
Yeah, his problem is at the gate, and he has a tendency to leap at the start.
Here's Shadow Dragon, Belmont Jr. Alvarado.
I agree with the sentiment that he's good enough to win the race. He just doesn't get it done.
2's a crowd, maybe an improving 3-year-old.
Yeah, comes out of that race 2 back against Mighty Atlas, Shadow Dragon, and Bourbon Chase.
Yeah, let's talk about him after the post parade.
Here's Manny Franco on Mighty Atlas for Maker.
I went back to him. I thought he's just a more reliable winning type than the other 2 major contenders, the 2 and 5.
Here's Allure of Money at 31-1.
Would be a major surprise. Another horse that does have his own gate woes.
And Engineer Empire, he's produced some big races, second off the bench, and it's second off the bench today.
Man, I just wish he had done some running last time out. But he was a little wide, and the rail was probably a reasonably good place to be, so he has a little excuse. I think the real question of this race is what you do with 2's a crowd.
We'll get to him in a minute. We're going to start with Mighty Atlas. 7-2, here he is. So Maker, Manny Franco, and again that common race, top 3 finishers, Shadow Dragon, Bourbon Chase were second and third, come out of this one as well on this muddy seal track.
He really likes, I think this is a horse that does really like a sealed track, because you look at that sealed track win by 7.5 lengths, and I know he was 2-5 that day. But that was a day, if you look at every other race in the speed track, speed was carrying the whole way, and he came from well back and just swallowed the field up. So I actually think it was better than it looks, and then he wins last time on a muddy sealed track, and I'm wondering if this is a horse that may genuinely move up at least a little bit, Richie, on a wet sealed track.
Yeah, I mean, some horses just very confident in it. They don't kind of check themselves or worry about the going, and he's a horse that possesses speed if they don't go fast. If they go fast, he's versatile, and I love that about him. I think 7-2 is a good price on him. He's the horse I'm picking because I think that's too big a price.
Yeah, I think it's also one of the things surprising by the 2 being favored. Are we convinced that the 2 does his best running on wet tracks? Like, I know he won, soppy sealed tracks. These are races, forget about the harrowed ones. I mean the sealed tracks. They're some of his worst races, right?
Yeah.
So I'm not sure he's a horse that I don't think he's terrible on a wet track, but he's better on a dry track.
It's enough to raise the question.
Can we discuss the 6 a little? 2's a crowd, because simply based on his last figure, and I'm curious, Greg, you look at Thoroughgraphs. Do Thoroughgraphs have his last figure very competitive as well?
Competitive in the sense that he's trending in the right direction, but he's still got work to do to catch up, but he's going the right way.
But before that, his figures are dramatically too low to win this race. He ran in the race that Bourbon Chase, Shadow Dragon, and Mighty Atlas was, and he was a distant 4th in there. So did he suddenly become a new horse? We talk, you and I, about 1-number horses quite a bit. And you're suggesting, even though he's a 1-number horse, he may not be good enough to win this race. So the question is he really improving for Derek Ryan? Maybe he is, but I need to see it again. I can't take him. But on the other hand, he's 8-1. A lot of the 1-number horses you and I talk about are horses favored off a big number.
He's a 3-year-old that looks like he's getting better later in the year.
Yep. And I like the cut back to 1 mile, but I don't see the races besides it that make him a winner. But he's a price if you like him.
8-1. Yeah. Right now with more, let's go to Acacia.
Yeah, Tuesday Crowd warmed up beautifully out there. I agree. He has to show again that he can do it, but I do really like what I've seen from him. As far as Shadow Dragon is concerned, the 5, he's a horse that is always visually appealing to the eye. And much like the 7 Mighty Atlas in here, he has a build, that very kind of leaner athletic build, I think that really lends itself well to a wet track, and he's had 2 seconds on it. But much like the 2 horse who's now your favorite in here in Bourbon Chase, Shadow Dragon does have a lot more seconds than those wins, and that does concern me a bit. He was very far back last time out, and hopefully he doesn't need to be quite so far back today. Also had a big warm-up out there on the track. As far as the 9 Engineer Empire is concerned, I agree with what Andy's saying, that he really did no running last time out, but it was off the layoff, and while yes, typically the barn does have him ready off the bench, this horse has shown that he usually needs a race to kind of get his form back. And he's obviously been a frustrating one, hard to keep on the racetrack, and has had gaps in his starts, but he comes back off that October 24th race. I was not in the paddock that day, but he is a very big, heavier bodied type of horse. And types like those, no matter how much you work them, sometimes just need that race to kind of get that fitness back. And I can understand why he has been running 1 1/8 miles, because he's built more like a horse that excels with distance, but he's sharp out there, he's moving nicely, looks fit, but maybe will want a little bit longer. But I would expect him to be forward, especially with how he's acting with the outside post, and I would expect him to run better second off the benches. That's been his pattern thus far, Greg.
Yeah, it certainly has. So we'll see what we get from this 4-year-old who's still relatively lightly raced now. This will just be career start number 6 for Engineer Empire.
Well, that's because he can't stay on the racetrack. You know, that's the thing with him. I thought long and hard about him in this race. I was trying to always look for a case to make cases for horses that aren't short prices. Tell you that was surprising. 7-2 on Colloquy. For a horse that can't get out of the gate, that may not be good enough to win anyway, this is an awfully short price, isn't it?
It feels like it to me as well.
He is a thoroughgraph play.
Oh, is he? Okay. Do they take into account the fact that he can't get out of the gate? And he better not be a refund again, because a horse that can't get out of the gate shouldn't be a refund, in my opinion.
Yeah, keep your eye on Flavien Prat. I believe aboard him for the first time, so we'll see if he can help solve that issue. Set for a very competitive 8th. Here's Chris Griffin.
And they're off. Cable Ready broke well, so did Bourbon Chase towards the inside, and Bourbon Chase is quickest. Bourbon Chase is in front. Here's Tuesday Crowd from the far outside. Is going to apply pressure, is joined by Engineer Empire in the early mix. That's the leading trio now as Cable Ready takes back. Didn't want to be up with the early heat as they hook up with the backstretch. At the rail is Brew Pub, and Brew Pub is now a challenging 4th as well out in the center of the racetrack. That's Tuesday Crowd. The challenge immediately from the inside from Bourbon Chase through a 22-3 opening quarter mile. Just off of them is Engineer Empire stalking those pace setters. Also some forward momentum here for Shadow Dragon is in 5th. Out wider there is Mighty Atlas. They're pretty tightly bunched now within 2.5 lengths the front 6. Big gap now, 5 lengths back to Cable Ready towards the back end of the field. Allure of Money with the trailer far back. It's Colloquy. As they move into the far turn, less than 4 furlongs to go, 45 seconds flat for a half-mile time. Here comes Mighty Atlas looming up on the outside. Tuesday Crowd is in between horses. At the rail battling on is Bourbon Chase. 3 of them across the racetrack. Engineer Empire is trying to catch them. And here's Shadow Dragon from way back, and Shadow Dragon starts to make up some ground, is taken 4th. Also shoved along is Brew Pub, but Mighty Atlas is ready to take command. Bourbon Chase is going right with Mighty Atlas. They're 1-2. It's Mighty Atlas trying to dispatch a Bourbon Chase who's very game. Colloquy is making up some big late ground. Yellow cap, grandstand side. Here comes Colloquy. Mighty Atlas is in front, but Flavien Prat and Colloquy are catching with every single stride. Mighty Atlas almost there. Colloquy's going to push on by. Colloquy wins it. Mighty Atlas 2nd, Bourbon Chase, and Brew Pub finish 4th in 1:35.4.
Colloquy did break better today, still was a mile back early, comes flying late, and gets the win here at 9-2.
Yeah, and he did break better, so he didn't give anybody a head start. He was still slow early, but he came with that relentless rally down the middle of the track to run down Mighty Atlas, who didn't have the cleanest of getaways. Looked like he was poised to make that winning move here. He just got picked up. Like, do you think in hindsight maybe used him just a bit too much around the far turn?
Yeah, I think the 7 moved too soon as it turns. It's in hindsight. I'm not
In
blaming
hindsight?
Manny.
Oh, right.
It's the kind of thing where I think if you wrote him, you'd say that you text me and say, I think I moved too soon.
Yeah.
It's easy to criticize rides afterwards, and I don't know that I would have done any differently. This is sort of how he runs.
Sure.
But considering what the pace was, and on the other hand, they knew this horse was going to run today. 7-2 in here.
He took the money. Greg said he was a thoroughgraph play. And you know, the other thing, too, with Manny on Mighty Atlas, you've got to respect Bourbon Chase because they were in close proximity the last time they met as well. So you can understand him saying, well, I can't just let him alone forever. Let's just start.
For him, that's a good start.
With the 9 broke
the 4,
in, and then he got bumped a bit around the 7, Mighty Atlas. I think it was marginal. I don't think it really cost him anything. I think he worked out an okay trip after that, except maybe hitting the front too soon. But you can't just leave the 2 alone. At some point, you had to go engage him.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't. I think it's one of those things where, in retrospect, you can say, if you're. I'm sure Manny's going to say the same thing to himself. I wish I had waited a little bit longer. Maybe I would have won. It's easy to ask after a race why a horse could have won. Sure. But I don't think it's fair in any way to criticize the ride. That would be silly. It's easy to say afterwards what could have been done differently.
Right.
4-7, 2-1, 9-2 on Colloquy. Jorge Abreu, Flavien Prat, 8th career win for this 5-year-old son of Flatter. Loving this sloppy going on our Friday card. Another upset. Haven't had many of them in this Pick 6 carryover. Nightcap still to come.
Jockey's Warrior quickly in front here by 2 lengths. Here comes Jockey's Warrior up the inside to take over the lead from Life is Good. Jockey's Warrior remains undefeated here at Saratoga, and he wins an unprecedented Grade 1 stakes at the Spa for the 3rd straight season.
Back with you on our Friday coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. It's brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa, our Friday feature in the books, and it's Colloquy from the clouds. To get the win, Flavien Prat aboard for trainer Jorge Abreu. Broke much better this time around for a horse who Andy had pointed out has had a lot of problems getting out of the gate.
Yeah, and that obviously made his life a lot easier. But my gosh, he made a good run. He got a very fast pace to close into. It's not like anybody else made any kind of run in this race.
No, this was a big run. Look how much ground he's making up around the turn. He's able to sustain it. You know, when you're that far back, it forces you to kind of start making that long, grinding kind of move. And a lot of times horses will hang, right? They've made up all that ground. They get there. He just kept coming.
He did. Took quite an effort to run down the horse on the lead. Now the horse in the lead moved into a fast pace, but it's not like anybody else was closing.
Colloquy making up a mountain of ground to get that victory, and relatively not even close, really, in the end. $11.60. This is our biggest upset, right, in this Pick Six so far?
Yeah.
We had 4-1, I think, was the biggest prior.
Yeah, $10 earlier on the card. I'm looking at the Pick Sixes. We're $1. They're 1,800, 1,500, 1,800. Looking at the three favors, the 3, 4, and 5. I'd have to do the math to come up with what.
So you have Princess Mischief and now Colloquy, two biggest upsets here. Everything else, obviously free square to begin it.
Right.
And here we go to close it out. So good luck. We'll try and share the wealth, and many will hit this, but
yeah, parlay's around $350 right now for $2, so not surprising. So actually, they're paying pretty well, these Pick Sixes.
New York bred, $30,000 maiden claiming race, so all for sale for that price. 7/8 of a mile coming up, and it is the kind of race that lends itself to varying opinions.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
I like the 4, Big Rich, going on the dirt for the first time for Jeremiah Englehart. First time in a maiden claiming race as well. Over the 3, Magic Beach, a Linda Rice horse that's been run twice in the turf. I prefer them. I know Judge Rules, obviously the 5 has a real chance, but he's had a lot of chances for me, so I'm going to go in a different direction.
How can I not like Big Rich?
Got to go with your
Got to
namesake.
go with Big Rich, man.
We'll see. That one, yeah, turf back to dirt. We'll talk more about this field coming up in a moment. You guys have plans Sunday morning, 1 a.m.?
Yeah, I'm going to be dreaming. I'm going to be having a nightmare that I'm at Aqueduct covering the Japan Cup. What are you going to be doing,
I
Greg?
will be at Aqueduct. I'm very excited about it. Look, I've been to this racetrack, been to this race a couple of times in the past. It is an incredibly prestigious event. This is the first time in a long time that they have attracted a truly international cast, including a former Breeders' Cup Turf winner in Auguste Rodin, who's going to make his career finale coming up.
Yeah, but I'm going to tell you what, the Japanese horses are always tough. They got home court advantage, and they have come a long way since that inaugural running back in 1981. The quality of the horsemanship, the horses, and the riders.
What do you know about it?
Well, I wouldn't say the riders were very good in 1981. I think the horses were okay.
I'm talking about
Mig,
the Japanese horses. I'm not talking about the American horses.
Mig was in the inaugural running of the Japan Cup. What do you remember about that experience?
Well, it was maybe the second or third time I had ever flown on a commercial plane in my life. I was 16 years old. I was a little overwhelmed. I certainly wasn't in Brooklyn anymore. And I rode the very one who was tough Hickory mare. There's a lot of races named for her now. And it was a very roughly run race. And the Japanese horses, riders, and horsemanship, honestly, they were in their infancy. And what they have evolved and transformed into, where they compete on a worldwide level, is nothing short of astonishing. In a relatively short period of time, they have made an international mark. And if you had ridden in that first Japan Cup, you wouldn't have thought that would have been possible, at least in the time span that they've done it in.
And not just horses that come over that go into quarantine, but all of the jockeys go into quarantine, right, over the weekend?
Yeah, well, they've modified it from the first Japan Cup. They actually made you quarantine on the grounds of the racetrack. They gave you a little cottage on the track. Friday afternoon, you had to be in there, and you did not leave until after the last race on Sunday. And they had a little kitchen set up, so everybody got cooked for and everything. But now they allow you to quarantine in the hotel.
So it prepared you for moving to Belmont, the backstretch, and having your little hut there.
Well, I already lived on the backstretch before that. And my little cottage now is quite a bit nicer than my original room on the track.
One of my favorite things about the horse, the very one that you rode, is that to keep up they seem to have kindly come to terms with the fact when they run a stake race named the very one, it's the very one. Got to get the whole name in there.
But what I laugh about, though, is she was a true marathon kind of mare. 1.25 miles, 1.5 miles was probably her best go. And they've got 5.5 turf sprints named for her.
Yeah, I know.
Right.
Well, they've got one for
Yeah.
Giants Causeway at Keeneland, too. But I guess it's sponsored by Coolmore.
She was hickory, though. She was tough.
good.
She was the kind of horse just put her head down and just barrel through things.
Now,
She
this
was
year's
tough.
edition, Goliath, Fantastic Moon, German horse, obviously Auguste Rodin, and then strong supporting cast of locals from Japan. It's going to be a terrific edition of the Japan Cup this year against Sunday morning, Saturday night, 1 a.m. We will have coverage here. I'll be in studio. Look forward to seeing you then. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. What a incredible year it has been for Dylan Davis. Saratoga, of course, for him was magical. Almost doubled up his previous best at Saratoga. Now he's on everybody's radar. We'll talk his 2024 when we come back.
It's Mandaloon. Mandaloon wins.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Curlin's Grade 1 son, Solomini, New York's leading sire of 2-year-olds in 2023 and sire of Grade 2 winner Winstock.
Winstock's just the leader from Stronghold and Coach Prime and Winstock.
New York Stakes winner My Shady Lady.
My Shady Lady gets the victory.
2024 Stakes winners Solo Shot.
Solo Shot and also Geopolitics in a tight photo.
And Doc Sullivan.
Doc Sullivan dominates the Mike Lee.
Solomini, standing at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Racing for Home is the brainchild of Acacia when she was a teenager. We decided we wanted to get a thoroughbred, and we thought we'd go to the racetrack.
Racing for Home is a 501c3 nonprofit that's dedicated to retraining, rehabilitating, rehoming Thoroughbred X racehorses. We've been in existence since 2010, and we're accredited by the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, meaning that we meet a very high level of standards as far as aftercare organizations are concerned. It's run by me and my mom, Sherry, and it really is a family affair, and it's a labor of love at the end of the day. We have a different business model than many of the other aftercare organizations, and I feel we all fill a niche. Some of them do adoptions where they come in and go out quickly. We don't do that. I often take horses that other organizations can't or won't take because the injury is a long-term rehab situation. I had some horses be in some pretty bad situations, and it's amazing to see the transformation. There's no fear in them. There's no anger in them. They become like giant lap dogs, really, that just want to love on you and get their treats, and that's because my mom is this amazing individual that loves them and makes them feel safe. I think we've had, 40 horses go through the program now, and I couldn't be more committed to what I'm doing. Right now, Sweet Flattery, who was a Christophe Clement trainee, he only raced once and he came back to Racing for Home. My mom retrained him, worked with him, and he's now up in Saratoga at the Oklahoma training track as my husband Miguel's pony, getting all of the 2-year-olds ready for the meet.
More needs to be done for these horses that do everything for us, give us thrills, happiness, make people fortunes, to make sure that they all have the life that they deserve, because horses can live well into their 30s, and typically they're done racing 6, maybe 7 years old.
This is a nonprofit organization, and we truly do not profit. It's a labor of love, and like I said, it's something that we've taken on willingly because horses have given us everything.
Well, let's talk to the founder and president of Racing for Home, and a big thank you from all of us up here, Acacia. First and foremost, we work in this sport, but all of us up here, we love this sport and we love these equine athletes.
We truly do. Well said, Greg, and I appreciate that. And all of our NYRA team has been incredibly supportive of what my family and I have been done with our aftercare initiatives. And pretty cool, wanted to mention, because this weekend we have some of those New York Stallion series and several races throughout the weekend where we have the opportunity to highlight New York breds. And many of you may remember some of the pretty cool New York breds that we actually now have in our program. Fishtrap Road, who won the Dwyer, a New York bred horse who was quite talented at the start. He ended up in Puerto Rico, was brought back to the mainland, and is arguably our most popular horse that we have. And Celtic Chaos, who won races like the John Morrissey, incredibly tough and gritty New York bred, running in those New York bred stakes for many years, was just adopted as well. So it's pretty cool to see some of the horses that come through the program, the stories that they can tell throughout their careers. And as we touched in that piece, it's all for the love of the horse. And as Andy always says, and says it well, you never want to tell anybody how to give their money, but if you do end up hitting something at the racetrack, consider your favorite Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance accredited organization that gives a home to these horses once they're done racing, because they have a lot of life and a lot to give after their racing days are done. Greg?
Yeah, no question. I was a Celtic Chaos fan for sure.
Sure. Any horse that sticks around for a long time like that builds a fan base. People latch on to them.
He was a cool horse. By the way, it's not quite as dark out as it looks behind us. We have a scrim behind us, though I tell you, we better run this race soon, because it is pretty dark out there.
The dark clouds pretty fast.
But it's not as dark on the racetrack as it looks on the TV.
Tremendous job that Acacia and obviously her mom do, and her father is involved too. And listen, I don't know a lot of things, but I know that everything good in my life stems from horses, so I totally applaud their effort, and it's incumbent upon people like me to constantly try to give back to the horses that have given us so much.
And this guy here, like, you give so much of your time, especially during the summer, to, I mean, everyone that asks you for your time. You give tours around Saratoga. You're very generous.
I read something nice about you in a book the other day. A guy sent me a book about his career as a playing contests, and I'm going to contact him and tell him he's wrong about you. But he actually wrote in his book about how generous you were with your time and what a huge fan he is of yours. I don't believe him, but
that's very nice. But I do give backstretch history tours in Saratoga.
He took one with you. You took him to the backstretch.
Which, by the way, is favorite thing I've ever done at Saratoga.
I know where all the great horses were stabled. I know the history of all the places. And I enjoy doing it, and I love introducing people to that other side of the racetrack. They've always seen the races from the front side, take them behind the scenes, and you could see how much they get into it.
Well, I mean, our friendship, which has been for many years, despite the fact that we're both difficult to get along with at times, it just completely is based on the fact that we both love the game so much and have so much knowledge. We drive Greg crazy half the time.
Well, we go running off on our own tangents. By the way, you should meet me. We don't have to do it super early, but you should do the tour with me one day. You would like it, I promise.
Because I do have so much free time in Saratoga.
6 minutes to post. You would love it, Andy. It's tremendous. This finale coming up. Again, New York bred, 30 maiden claiming, 7 furlong sprint. It's the 5 who's favored. Judge rules. I know he's had opportunities. I actually like this horse getting back on dirt. I think the public's right here.
I don't have a big problem with him. I'm just sort of tired of him. But he can win.
I think it's funny. He was a horse that started his career on the dirt, Barry Schwartz, homebred, with Christophe Command, then was claimed away and was put on the turf by Rudy Rodriguez. Now he's getting back to the dirt, but his race on the dirt were just as good.
Numbers better than anyone in this field?
Probably, yeah. I'm going to hope that first time in a maiden claiming race and first time in the dirt for Jeremiah Englehart, the big rich, can step it up. But if he's got to improve on some of his numbers, but they're close. I think the 3 is also a big wild card here.
Yeah, Magic Beach, first time on dirt for Lena Rice, just career start number 3. Was it tough riding in weather? It's cold out there. As you saw, Acacia looked very cold. We applaud her for braving the elements. What was it like riding in this kind of weather?
It can be difficult, but honestly, when you win races, it's always warm in the winner's circle. You don't even think about it. As long as you're winning, it doesn't matter how cold out it is.
You didn't spend that many winters in Florida. I know you went the one year and you were coming back from injuries because of the weather situation, but you didn't ride there that many winters.
Probably 5 winters in
later.
Total. Yeah.
Dylan Davis going by on Wind Dancer. We'll talk more about Dylan in a moment. All of a sudden, Lee, the 2.
Yeah, horse getting onto the dirt for the first time. Super Strella, more of a turf horse and sire.
Magic Beach went by.
Yeah, Linda uses turf races to prep a bit.
Here's Big Rich, Kender Carmouche.
I think there's a lot to like here. Like Andy said, too, making his first start on dirt for Jeremiah Englehart.
Modest favorite here, getting back to dirt. Judge rules.
I'm not going to argue anything that Greg was saying, where he has dirt races that make him the horse to beat.
Braca, 0 for 9.
Yeah, it's had a lot of chances at this level, too.
Mostly turf for Sweet Tone.
Not a lot to like on the dirt, but, like Wind Dancer is getting bet for what reason, I don't know. This horse is really a turf horse.
Big Ego, Gustavo Rodriguez. Joel Rosario looks for number 3 today.
Yeah, has speed. Would be a surprise to me, but does possess some speed.
Triple word score 0 for 13, blinkers off.
I thought he could get a small piece of this, though, at a big price.
And then ISO Marshall, big price outside, was 3rd at this level last start.
Yeah, and just feels like there's horses in here that are a bit faster, particularly on the dirt.
So 5-1 on the rail with Dylan Davis aboard. Davis riding for David Donk, and just we've seen him evolve and evolve over the years, but just this was the breakout year for Dylan Davis. 2 wins today, and he has equaled his career best win total for a year. He also has his career best win percentage, 19% on the year, best win play show percentage, best earnings up at over 15 million now. He's 10th in the country.
Hey, listen,
incredible year for him.
He's always had a great deal of ability. His problem to me was that he was inconsistent. You didn't know exactly which rider was going to show up. With maturity, he has shown a consistency this year, and he's aggressive, and he's paying a lot more attention to things like track bias.
Well, that's what I was going to say. I think that's the biggest difference I've noticed. To be honest with you, as somebody who looks at biases a lot, I would tell you that until this year, I would tell you Dylan was lost when a track had a bias. This year, he's the first guy in the room to pick up on it.
And as a result, I mean, look for who he won for at Saratoga. Chad Brown, Christophe Clement, Mark Casse, Saffie Joseph Jr., Tom Amos, Todd Pletcher. Won for all these big barns, and he's getting those opportunities because of what he was producing on the racetrack.
So in racing, you have to produce. You win, it's going to create more winners. Success begets success, right?
He's riding for these bigger barns, not including Tom Amos, and I resent that you can't include him in there, but that's my own personal problem. He's riding for these guys because of how well he rode in Saratoga, make no mistake.
Prior, best Saratoga he ever had was 19 wins. 36 wins, tied for 3rd this past summer. He won at 17%. Best percentage prior was 10%. Just incredible leap forward for him. 7-1 right now for Dylan on Wind Dancer. Let's go to Acacia for more.
We'll start off with your current favorite, Big Rich, who I like as well. Similar thought process as Andy, that this is the first time for a claiming tag, first time on the dirt for Jeremiah Englehart. And this is just more of a dirt horse. He also looks very fit coming in here. Thought that he warmed up well. He's one that I thought took a little bit of time to kind of get going on the racetrack, and just think that this is the right place for him. Now, as far as the 5 judge rules is concerned, yes, his numbers have been comparable, dirt and turf. He's had a lot of chances. He is 0 for 12, but he's a horse that I actually was wondering if maybe he was going to be better on the grass. So I think he's kind of equi-talented. The big question is if he just has met the right kind of group to get the job done today. But he warmed up beautifully out there. He's doing well for Rudy Rodriguez right now. He's a horse that always looks good. Just again, after a lot of chances so far on the track, will this finally be the day? Now, you do have 2 lightly raced horses that are trying the dirt for the first time. We'll start off with All of a Sudden Lee, who, as Richie mentioned, Super Estrella, you think more turf influence, but this one is out of a mare who was a good dirt sprinter, and she was stakes placed as well. And as far as her production, she has had one foal that was a good dirt sprinter, though the foal sibling was only winner was on turf. It seems kind of the better wins in the family or better running in the family was on the grass. But this is a very big horse, and I just think that he really needed that last race, and one that mentally took a little bit of time to come along as well. He's incredibly sharp in here, and I would think 7 furlongs should actually suit him well. Don't mind him on the main track. I would expect he's going to be forwardly placed with Manny Franco. And then the 3, Magic Beach, also taking a drop in class and trying the dirt. While the turf on the bottom side, he's not. I wasn't the turf on the bottom side. He's not. I wasn't in the paddock last time, but he hasn't changed a ton from 2 to 3, but he's super fit now, second off the bench, and you might notice he has a short tail, and I don't know if this is what took place, but sometimes when they're turned out, horses, as we often talk about that dominance and that herd leadership, sometimes if things get a little bit dicey out there, one will kind of bite the tail off another one, so usually that's what took place. Maybe that happened on his vacation, Greg.
Thank you, Acacia. Okay. 5-2 favor right now, Big Rich, the 4 getting back to dirt.
You know, I think that's a little too low. Oh, Judge Rules just scratched. That's what happened here.
5, yeah, coming out.
Dramatically change things.
If you did have the 5 in the pick 5, pick 4, you will now get, looks like the 4 here, who is going to be the post-time favorite.
Yeah, that changes the race quite a bit, doesn't it? Because certainly Judge Rules had races on the dirt that would have put him squarely in the frame. So it really shifts everything over to the 4. Big Rich, who would be my top selection now for sure.
Yeah, I'm not taking 9 to 5 on this horse, to be honest with you. But I picked him before, and obviously with Judge Rules out, he has a better chance to win.
What about the 2 horses here getting on dirt for the first time, the 2 and the 3? Obviously, a lot of a 10. There's a look at Rivera heading back to the jocks room. Tough way to finish your day.
Yeah, particularly when you're on a live horse, right? You don't want to scratch a horse, but you know if the horse isn't giving you the right signals warming up, it's the right thing to do for the horse, for yourself.
I'm sorry, that was Ruben Silvera.
Yeah, and the betting public as well. You got to, they've got to protect, and also the riders and horses around them. If a horse is not right, should not be competing.
And if you're a horse player, I understand you like a horse to get scratched at the gate. It's frustrating. On the other hand, after you're frustrated, you think, that saved me money.
Yeah.
Well, if you were on a plane and the pilot said, I'm hearing this rattling, this knocking, but I think we'll be okay, we're going to take off, you wouldn't want him to take off, would you?
I'm staying out of this conversation. Yes,
so
I agree with you.
With who's left now, but back to Magic Beach, who's the one of getting on dirt for the first time was taking the most attention here for Linda Rice. Why all this attention on Magic Beach?
Because, well, I'm guessing people are betting, first of all, the speed figures are fast enough to compete even on the turf. Linda Rice has done this before. Run a horse on the turf, off a layoff, to get them, especially maidens, to get them a race under their belt and then switch back. And this horse showed speed, a lot of speed last time. So don't you think it's reasonable to expect this horse is going to be forward here as well?
Yeah, I think that's a very fair point. And out of the 2, pedigree-wise, I would lean more on the 3 Magic Beach than I would the 3 All of a Sudden Lee, who's also trying turf for the first time. Yeah. I'm sorry, the 2. How about the Big Rich, Big Ego Exacta?
I don't like Big Ego. This horse can't finish the deal. I'm just not a fan, and I don't want this horse claimed away from Linda either. He's had plenty of chance to race he should have won.
But it could be the speed. It's finding the right field where you can finish
I understand.
the deal. Maybe,
I don't like that horse at all. If he wins, I lose. I don't like that horse. I like the 4 over the 3 and a little 2.
There's that short tail that Acacia was talking about on the 3.
I love it when Andy talks about how he's playing a race like he's making a pasta with ingredients.
I know, he's made some good dishes at times. I mean,
4 with a 3.
I'm not as good a cook at the racetrack of my bets as Richie is with food.
Here we go. So the favorite, again, if you did have the 5, you will be getting the 4 multi-race wagers. Who is the 2-1 favorite here? Set for the nightcap. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Goes in. All set. And they're off. All of a suddenly broke very well from the inside and all of a suddenly right to the front. Wants to get out just a touch now. Hooks up with the backstretch, is free running, but all of a suddenly is well clear. Right there in second is going to be Magic Beach. Now gets passed towards the outside from Big Egos in full pursuit with ISO Marshall. They're now second and third. Back to fourth is going to be Magic Beach, and at the rail moving forward there is Wind Dancer and Dylan Davis. They've taken fifth. They are a half length in front. A Big Rich, who's now in sixth, is off the pace setter, 22.37 for that opening quarter mile. Towards the back end, Sweet Tone, second to last. Towards the back end of the field is going to be Braca. Far back the trailer, Triple Word Score. They're into the far turn. The leader is All of a Sudden Lee, has plenty of company. Big Ego is in pursuit. ISO Marshall 3 wide. Magic Beach is getting a nice trip, is taken fourth, is now only 2.5 off. A battling trio up front. At the rail, that's Wind Dancer, as both those rivals have the leaders in sight. They reach the top of the stretch. All of a Sudden Lee kicks on. All of a Sudden Lee still in front. Continue to chase his ISO Marshall. Red cap center of the racetrack. The journey comes from Magic Beach, is trying to get the victory. Another one from far back. Big Rich is rallying. They've been coming from way out of it inside that final furlong. Magic Beach is trying to wrestle the lead away from All of a Sudden Lee. Here comes Big Rich with every single stride. So is the wire, but Big Rich in time. Big Rich wins it over All of a Sudden Lee, who was very game there to get second. Magic Beach is in there. Also ISO Marshall in 1 minute 25 and 3.
Big Rich rolling late for the win. Picks up the maiden breaker, career start number 7.
He got a lot of pace to run at here. That was a wild pace, and frankly, the 2 All of a Sudden Lee ran remarkably well to be second, and even the 3 hanging to get by him. But this horse, Big Rich, looked like he was going nowhere on the backstretch in the turn, and they just were falling apart at the end, and he found his run.
Blue and Yellow Silks a long way back after the top 4 there in 5th.
It looked like he was spinning his wheels, like he wasn't going anywhere at all. And when he sifted out to the clear, he really started to find his stride. And like Andy said, the leaders were coming back to him. They were slowing down considerably, but he looked like the big train rolling over top of the blade.
It's amazing, right?
Yeah. Now he's starting to show some life.
But I think, this one, you could say that was a little bit the case with Colloquy, though that was a fast race. This was one where they just went too fast. This was a pretty tough beat for All of a Sudden Lee, who really gutted it out. I mean, he looked like the 10 was passing by him in the top of the stretch, and then the 3 looked like he was chin to get by, and he couldn't get by. And it was almost an illusion a little bit, because the 3 couldn't get by the leaders, and the Big Rich just, the race just fell in his lap at the end.
Yeah, I mean, and he looked like he was closing right there, but they came home the last furlong at just under 14 seconds. Right. So that,
after going, 45 and 53. I mean, these horses, I know the track has been putting up fast fractions today, but this quality horse, 45 and 53 for 7 furlongs. Man, I was gasping looking at it.
That's pretty quick. Big Rich, Susan Moulton owns, Jeremiah Engelhardt, Kendrick Carmouche, 2-1 favorite. Concludes Friday action and closes out this Pick 6 carryover. We will have the prices for you. Tell you what this Pick 6 paid, late Pick 5 as well, when we come back on our Fox Sports 2 coverage.
Idiomatic in front, 16th to go in the Juddmonte colors. Florent Giroux aboard. Idiomatic to win the Grade 1 Juddmonte Spinster.
Idiomatic is taking the lead. Clavier trying to squeeze through, but it's going to be Idiomatic to win.
And Idiomatic just opens back up here with every stride. No catching. Idiomatic winning the Juddmonte Spinster for Florent Giroux.
Curlin, the classic sire.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races in the nightcap. And it was the nightcap. It's gotten a little dark and spooky here. It was Big Rich flying late. I'm happy to be joined by his rider, Kendrick Carmouche. Kendrick, you rode this horse last time on the turf. Just seemed that the competition back to the main track did the trick today.
Yeah, right price, right time of the year, you know. They spotted him pretty good, and I think the 7/8s help him, you know. I think he just want to get his feet underneath him and let those horses run away from him. Once I got him outside, he just rode home, you know. They spotted this horse good. I just had to get the job done.
He had some pace to run at, but he really finished nicely for you, closing on the outside.
Yeah, I thought he ran good over the dirt. You know, I think maybe he might want to go maybe a little bit further because, you know, I couldn't get him started at the beginning, but once I got him outside, he really started flying home. But, hey, we had the nightcap. It's a little dark out, a little chilly, but I'm going back in the jocks room, get warm.
Warm up, enjoy. Like Richie says, it's always warm in the winner's circle.
Oh, you better believe it. Louisiana, baby.
It's a good way to end the show, Greg.
In the house. We'll finish it for him. Louisiana in the house. Well done, Kendrick. Always good to hear from
Look
him.
at him.
And you said, playing to the fans, if there's, is anyone out there?
He doesn't care.
The best showers anywhere here?
Oh, man, the aqueduct showers after a long day, riding in the cold, the best water pressure. I'd be in there for 45 minutes letting that chill get out of me.
Good for Kendrick. Nice way to close things out. Big Rich, $6.40. This horse was rolling late.
Yeah, he got the pace to run at, but he sort of got out in the clear and just finally started to pick it up. And the truth is, he's the only horse that really made a significant run in here. But I think that may have had a lot to do with who was behind him.
And again, as you pointed out to us, that pick 6 coming down a bit because that late scratch of the 5, so all those tickets on the 5 went to the 4. Was the post-time favorite. It wins the race. And $842 bet, still pretty good considering.
I mean, the parlay was probably around 1,100 or so, somewhere for $2, so $5.50.
With a 1 to 4 shot starting it off, by the way.
Right, and also remember, I would imagine that smaller tickets, many people that hit it twice.
Yeah.
Many people had the
They
4 and
scratched
5
into
going to the
that
last
horse
race,
again,
so
yeah.
probably had it twice, and it's the way it goes. And I also feel, I mean, obviously, listen, if I had singled the 4, I'd be annoyed. But having said that, first of all, we don't know they would have won if Judge Rules had been able to run or, you know, had been physically capable of running in here. But also, I feel like when people get scratched and it goes to the post-time favorite, when I'm not involved particularly, I'm kind of glad when the favorite wins so they didn't end up, you know, getting a raw deal.
Yeah.
Not that it's the best possible solution under the circumstances.
I also think that we had a very fair racetrack today. We saw horses win up on the pace. We saw horses come from, you know, well out of it. I think it was all just dependent on the pace. And you know, that's a credit to the maintenance crew to have an off racetrack as honest as this one was.
It's rare that we have an extreme bias. The only time sometimes you'll see it in a wet track is if it's pouring the whole day, which I think really does hinder closers a lot. I mean, you could expand on that more than anybody.
Absolutely,
but I think that those kind of days you'll see front do bell just because of the weather conditions. But the maintenance crew here, I'm amazed how many wet tracks we do track trends for, and the tracks are fair. The rail's good. It's not a big bias at all.
Yep.
Meanwhile, we hope you join us again tomorrow. We're going to preview some of the stakes we have coming up on the Saturday program. First off, New York Stallion Series, Staten Island division for the ladies, fillies and mares, 3 and up at 7/8 of a mile. And Brown Sugar Babe, Jamie Ness, Ruben Silvera, who didn't get his opportunity here in the nightcap. See if he can capitalize tomorrow with this one, who's coming off a win last start.
Look at the odd, the morning line. 3-1 is the favorite, 8-1 is the biggest price. There's an indication of a field that's absolutely wide open in here. And I'll be honest with you, Greg, I don't have a strong opinion in this race. I felt like this was one where just a lot of horses can win. I thought Cali Magic ran well last time, but I think this race is wide open.
I agree with you. There's a lot of directions you can go. I think that it's an honest race, too, from a speed standpoint. You've got enough speed. It's not. I don't think it's going to be a dawdling pace. I think it's a very intriguing race.
We got Athena Beach, who likes to be forward. That could be a problem with Sunday Girl in here as well, but let's take a look at her in action. 6 wins from 12 career starts, including this one too bad.
She's going to beat me. I thought this was the benefit of riding a gold rail in here, and also Mosianka was second, got left in here. So of the horses that are going to take money in here, Athena Beach is going to beat me here. Now, she may run 5th, and I'll still lose the race. But I feel like she's a little dressed up. I prefer a Shady Lady cutting back in distance was dangerous. I thought Cali Magic had run very well in the prior start before being overmatched in the Pumpkin Pie. Nobody's beating Nikki Style. Nick Style, that
no,
horse Omad has now. Ralph Nix used to have.
Yep.
Well, as you said, morning line reflects it. It is a wide open group. Probably want coverage if you're playing multi-race wagers in that one. As for the boys, Thunder Rumble division, and we should have been showing a different race. We should have been probably showing its career finale or two back at the Saratoga Cup is
Oh, here we are.
Richie's had some eventful trips in the Saratoga Cup in his life.
Mig
one
rode
for a
this
win,
horse
one for a loss.
to the fastest figure he ever ran in his second to his finale.
He was a very good horse, Thunder Rumble. I actually was working him, Greg, before he ever ran. I got hurt. Mike Smith rode him first time. He bolted with Mike. Then Herbie McCauley picked him up. And then when I got healthy, came back, I went to Richie O'Connell trying to get the mount back. And he said, well, when Herbie loses on him, I can't take him off winning. Well, he wound up winning the Jim Dandy and the Travers before I ever got him back.
And first New York bred in over a century, by the way, to win the Travers. And he tied Easy Goers the third fastest time ever.
Well, he didn't get lucky with the Travers. He was good. He was a very, very good horse. And I also like seeing him and remembering Richie O'Connell. Because Richie O'Connell passed away way too young. Yep. He was a terrific trainer, and I just think a lot of people don't remember him because they weren't around when he trained.
Great horseman. I loved riding for him. I loved going to his barn. I loved talking horses with him. He had been assistant trainer to Joe Canty, who had done great with the Loblolly, now the short leaf horses. He was a supporter of mine, and he was one of the guys when I came back from being out nearly 8 months and I got hurt really bad in '88. Immediately was putting me on horses, showed me that kind of confidence and support. And you can't speak highly enough of anybody that does it for you because everybody's always skeptical when you're coming back off a bad injury. Are you okay physically? Are you okay mentally? Is your ticker still in place? Well, he never hesitated, put me right back on good horses.
Yeah, he's a good trainer. He won a lot of races.
This year's edition of the Thunder Rumble, it's a good group that's going to line up. And Antonio Avenis, he had been very good, but then he's been on the bench since April 14th, so we've not seen him since, and this is a tough group to try and come back off a layoff to beat.
Right. While he'll beat Doc Sullivan in the race we're looking at here back in April, I think Doc Sullivan's improved since there, and I'm always leery of a horse that starts to get really good, especially one that hasn't had a particularly heavy workload, and he suddenly disappears like this horse did for 7 months. Now, is it possible they rested him up to bring him back in the winter? I suppose, but I don't buy it. And I worry that these horses caught lightning in a bottle. They got it going good. It's not easy to get it back coming back. So of the horses that are going to take money, he is the morning line favorite. He's the one I'm going to shy away from. I don't know how easy it makes it, even if you throw him out, because General Banker can win, Lightman can win, Chichiabella can win, Doc Sullivan can win. I think BD Saints can win this race.
I like the turn back for Doc Sullivan. I know he was beaten by Antonio Avenis going 6.5, but I think he's more effective around one turn.
Well, let's talk Lightman, who comes in off a victory for Bruce Levine. He has won 5 of his 8 career starts.
He got a great setup in here. It was a fast pace. He closed into it and everything set up. He was 8-1 to win. But there's also an argument. He was facing a tougher field than the one he's facing here. So I liked him last time, and I feel like I got a little fortunate. I would be inclined to not take him here, but I'm not going to be surprised if he wins this race.
I spoke with Bruce Levine, his conditioner, after the last win in the Hudson, and he said that he changed when they put blinkers on him, started training better, more focused. And he was really expecting a big effort from him here, and he got it. Like you said, did get a fast pace to run into.
But he's good enough to win this race. No, I don't take him lightly. It's just a lot of decisions because, Greg, this is not just we're putting a bunch of New York breds together in here. This is a very, very strong field. I think it shows both these races just how strong the New York bred program is.
We look forward to it. We hope you join us tomorrow, 12 Eastern start time, FS1 coverage. Tomorrow. So we'll see you at 12 Eastern on FS1. Don't forget, 1 a.m. Sunday morning for Japan Cup coverage. For the MIG, for Andy, we will see you tomorrow. It was Movie Moxie in the second. Difficult one to ride, and that's why Linda Rice said she put Jose Lezcano on, her trusted journeyman rider, and he came through with that victory. Meanwhile, My Magic Wand, impressive. Now in back-to-back starts, getting the better of geopolitics. We will see you tomorrow on our coverage over on FS1. Thanks for being with us.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire, continues the momentum with standouts like Ms. Big Bucks.
Ms. Big Bucks gets the victory.
As well as Born Dancer.
Born Dancer, gutsy, and Born Dancer wins it.
And 26 Black, winner of 3 of his last 5 starts.
26 Black has sprinted by. 26 Black, that's your winner.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, New York's #1 turf sire, standing at Rockridge Stud for the 2025 season.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them. Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.